Okay, what's up? We are back with more Genshin Impact. So, last time we finished chapter 3. In the time between videos, I completed the Kaedahara story quest, which I'm kind of glad I did between episodes because I didn't find it that interesting, to be honest. Kaedahara is not really my favorite character anyway, and the quest didn't have anything mind-blowing really in it. So but that's okay, you know. I had to do that one so that I could unlock or be able to do this quest, which I'm about to do the interlude chapter for Act 3. So I really want to do chapter 4 Act 1, but we're taking it fucking one step at a time, and this is like the next one sequentially if we go by like this the guide essentially. So I'm going by the guide. I'm doing the next one sequentially, and I also feel like I don't want to break up chapter 4 with this quest at a random point, so it's better to do it before I start chapter 4. But I'm pretty sure it's like it's gonna be a, you know, long-ish quest. So I'm gonna strap in. I don't know what it's gonna be about, but I did hear when I unlocked the prerequisites for the quest, Paimon was like, "Wait, so I don't really get it. The like Descenders are blah blah blah," and she was like talking about Descenders, and then she was like, "We should go talk to Nahida." And so I think maybe that's what we're going to do. We're going to chat with Nahida and maybe ask more questions. So there might be more cool lore stuff in here. I don't know. I'm hoping there is some cool lore stuff. And like, it's... my hope for it is there's like a lot of... you know, if it's going to be an important interlude, I hope there's a lot of cool lore stuff that's going to keep me engaged the entire time. Because, for example, that chapter 3, act 5, was it? You know, the big one. That was a really long chapter, but, like, the majority of it was super engaging, so it didn't really feel nearly as long. Even though, it did feel long, but it also felt, like, super entertaining the entire time. So I'm kind of hoping for that stuff. But that seemed like a highlight of the Genshin writing to me. Okay, here we are.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Facts don't care about your
Well,
feelings.
if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay.
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma. Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything. Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
Okay, Inversion of Genesis. I can never figure out anything from these titles.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Hey guys. Looking for me?
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
This voice actor's good.
Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kind of lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help this
My
time.
teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade, but in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right.
Okay.
Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky! This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine
This voice actor's good. Who does Sawada?
He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all
I'm gonna look up his voice actor.
did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
Okay.
Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Okay. Could it be?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Yeah.
Wow, yes, you really know
Well,
your
okay,
stuff.
that's
makes
that's
sense.
why it made me do the
This Niwa
Kaedhara
was a
quest.
distant relative of the Kaedhara clan.
Gotcha.
The last practitioners of Ishin
Because that was
art.
what that was about.
Something then seems to have happened in the Kaedhara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaedhara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer,
Oh my God.
this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the kabuki mono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
A puppet, as in. Yeah. Has to be the balladeer, but what was he doing 400 years ago in
Aha!
Taratsuna?
Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No, Lyman just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that
So, is this quest going to be about the balladeer?
spooky events are to be expected, and that's exactly what my book is about. Please take a look.
Oh my god, no fucking way. Yeah, no thanks.
And please read my essay draft as well.
No, I will not. I'm sorry, but there's no way. Oh, there's no way.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
We have some other stuff to do, so what?
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
See you guys. Are we gonna talk to Paimon about this secretly? Yeah.
So, that thing they were talking about,
Yeah.
it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, then, even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
What was that?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like
Was that the balladeer? Oh my god.
balladeer. No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Let's suck it and see. Go get him! Quick! Nahida! We're back!
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah, it's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey, what are you doing in the sanctuary of Sir
Lumine's ready to fight.
I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
Good
What did
question.
you expect? Why do you think Sumero would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Is a
Not a good start.
interesting dynamic. I like the balladeer.
Please calm down.
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us.
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
That's true.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the full...
I do actually appreciate that Nahida's making decisions for
The
herself.
balladeer's power was all but completely spent
It-
after your
like,
death.
I do
He's
get
no longer
the
sure
vibe
enough
of
to be a
wisdom off of her.
strategic threat to us. That puts in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a harbinger?
I was wondering about that
I
too.
take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser.
So he tossed you out like
Sometimes it's you
trash.
using them. Other times, it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui. And also between each of the harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
What a crying shame. Lumine's being a
Well, if
bitch
the
to him,
Fatui are
but
gonna reevaluate
for
my
a good
utility,
reason.
I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings. And you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear. Don't you? And they're your friends. So I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously.
Paimon.
Listen to him.
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right. Then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
This is interesting.
Are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's
okay.
more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
And what if he lies to you?
Exactly. Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him. He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him.
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns.
Oh.
As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
That's very sweet.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I asked. Even
I've
though
got it.
he
Cool.
only has
I
a
can do that.
fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of
Yeah, if he's got a
course,
fraction of his power, we can
I
probably
can
take him
learn
now.
soul from the outside.
Got it.
Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves.
Prepare
I will
yourselves.
transport you into Irminsul.
Okay, we're going into Irminsul. Is there anything... Is it going to be
It's pretty different here compared to last time.
interesting in here?
The colors are gentler. that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Yeah. It's always been a very pretty environment. Hello, Balladeer.
Look at that. Hot
Look at
on
that.
heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Ermin's soul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you.
Your beak, jailbird. No way a prisoner gets to be so smug.
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. Let's be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of
The
Ermin's
innermost
soul.
region.
It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru, unlike anywhere else. Erminsol's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open.
Pretty?
And try not to fall behind.
Are you flirting with me?
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
The snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Erminsol access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Okay. Oh. Okay, I thought I was going to be walking, but then it faded out.
Wow. So this is the inside of Erminsol.
It's different than what I imagined.
Paimon's never seen anything like this.
It's kind of cool.
Feels like a sacred place.
Erminsol is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon is supposed to do the opposite of everything he says?
He is such a douche, but it's funny.
We will now proceed to the heart of Erminsol.
Can you still sense where the heart of Erminsol is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? what are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick.
So what he's saying is, I don't know. Alright, I'm staying close to you, Balladeer. Okay, what's this?
Things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Erminsol. Be careful not to touch them.
Oh, okay. I went to go touch them. The location's changed. Looks like we've been transported to another path. Okay, this is weird.
It looks the same in every direction.
The space is indeed unusual, but it seems that the Balladeer is more used to it than I.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
This is strange.
Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
This is the center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
He hasn't put up any resistance, and he seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First Akaba and now and Sawada stories, now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Okay, let's see.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Sure, let's chat. Nahida, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Aw.
What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
I'm guessing that you didn't want us to disturb the Balladeer. Or we're going to talk about something secret.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great. So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is it about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma? I keep thinking about the betrayals.
As always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia at Paddy's DI. Yeah. I keep thinking about his backstory every time I see him.
You made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Yeah. And he was still left behind by the doctor.
Under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
You tell Nahida about the story Akaba and Sawada were writing.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
The Gese.
They guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having.
What?
Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Do you hear it?
What makes you think we're
Or do you just know we're talking?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Well, of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Well, apparently...
Know about that. Didn't
Well, apparently my twin doesn't come from outside this
We've never
world.
met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Your attitude's better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
You're seeing stuff about Aether?
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Anonymous
Don't
data?
you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
What? That's
Is that so?
that was Clifford Chapin's
Since
voice.
you insist.
It's...
The name. Niwa was the man in charge of Taratsuna. But fuck. When I stumble on a word.
I
Oh.
have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate.
I'm curious why would how this is all tying in.
Someone died because of that strange film.
I know how it ties into the start of this quest, but how does it tie into the stuff we're
from
getting
spreading
answers
outside,
about?
But still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with the Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace.
And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment.
Oh, there's the right moment.
A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguise myself exceptionally well. At least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
What the fuck? His voice.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person.
Is that the doctor's voice?
You told him yourself.
I'm trying to figure it
You're
out.
not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger.
It is the doctor.
The Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa, already dead. What a pity.
Voice actor, so good.
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me.
Jester.
Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Weird, okay.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore.
Dottore.
Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
Mm-hmm.
Why do we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind.
Oh, okay.
You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so. But it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you.
Hmm.
He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know
Gotcha.
very well what that means. Even more so than I.
The betrayal was a lie that he believed for hundreds of years was part of the doctor's experiment. If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him? Yeah, I mean, this is what shaped his whole personality, is that betrayal.
He's really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Okay, let's go over here.
You need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday, so now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future.
Oh my god.
Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said
Oh
it's
my
the
God.
one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life.
Yeah.
A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim?
I'm starting to think this doctor guy isn't all that great. Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment, but now we know it was behind his decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that the vengeance was the right decision. True.
Yes,
He still made
Only if he
mistakes,
understands
for
this
sure.
Can he choose a new path forward?
Satori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
You doing alright, man? You okay? A while later, yep.
Shall we see how he's doing?
You wanna ask?
Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if
Damn.
you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders.
Yep.
Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tavak.
Makes sense.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave?
Well, look up stuff about Aether, because we said that Aether wasn't a Descender, right?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul.
Mm-hmm.
It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus,
Okay.
he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time.
He's a royal mage. Yeah, okay. Another Fatui Harbinger. He was said Jester in that little flashback we saw.
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very
Yeah.
valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh?
What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent.
Okay.
If I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return,
Can Lesson Lord and Kusanali not hear us in here?
question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
You are flirting with me. I knew it. Now give me your lips.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most,
Paimon's
all I can do is
annoyed.
exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
I don't know. Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Wait, that look. Did he see me hesitate? But that was because I know about Great Lord Rukadevada. Uh-oh.
So
I think by not denying it, oh no.
I suggest you get yourselves out of
I
here
assume it
quickly.
was like, by not denying it, I gave him an answer.
Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
We have to stop him.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Okay.
Balladeer, don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone.
Okay.
Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Okay. Okay. So what's he doing? Is he adjusting? Is he changing the past?
Can you hear me? Nahida! Traveler, Paimon, Palladir. What happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
You tell Nahida everything that happened.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Okay. This is strange. I don't know where this is going. I do like some of the lore they're dropping in here. But I still need to know where this is going.
We're out. And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Isn't there anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Well, Paimon doesn't remember Great Lord Rukkhadevata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. Yeah. I'll skip the part about Great Lord Rukkhadevata for now, and focus on the Balladeer. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be pretty fucked
He
up.
wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible.
It's not easy.
You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Is this sarcasm? Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history. Oh my god. Are you okay?
Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this distress.
No, Paimon, you knocked that over on your
Erasing
own.
yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Yep, it is.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Irminsul will be affected. I can't imagine what the situation will be like. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden, Gokuden, Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Will this mean that they'll disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munchkin.
Okay, I don't need to listen to that.
Also, Adeptus Temptation.
Oh my god. So much. And that goes on into the night. Now we're looking from Paimon's perspective. What's wrong?
What do we
She didn't just have her memory erased, did she?
The balladeer? Is that a food?
Oh my god, she did! The balladeer was erased! He did it! He actually pulled it off! But how did he have that ability? This doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
He erased himself!
Is that someone's name?
And so now we're the only ones who are going to be able to remember. If this really is happening, I need to know what else has changed. Come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
Inazuma.
Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Oh, shit. Alright. That's interesting. That is certainly an interesting development. He actually erased himself from history. Whew. Okay.
It's been a while.
Hey, man.
Of course. Go ahead.
Tell me that story again.
Now there's a question I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it's gonna be very different this
Very
time.
well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin army.
Yep, he did that. That's why I had to do the story mission.
2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged
I
the
was.
Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were. Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
And what was the reason?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed.
He slipped on a banana peel.
This was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling
Oh my god. Dude, just tell me.
were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pet anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
The legend of the Raiden Gokuden has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. It looks like the Balladeer did something to Erminsul, but it seems Niwa still died, yeah.
Anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea.
He still exists. He's still the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Paimon, there are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. On to the next step.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like when it adjusts history, it adjusts it in the path of least resistance. I don't think it tries to erase a whole lot of stuff. It just tries to, like, smooth out the logic a bit. That's what it feels like, at least.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters.
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hey, dude.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside.
This
until
guy's got a
I get back.
goofy voice for his
What do you
face.
think? Shall we go in?
Can we take a walk in the
If
courtyard?
it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato,
We're her best
I think
friend
it should be okay.
/ girlfriend. We are possibly her girlfriend.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Oh my god, someone else who talks slowly.
Traveler,
Oh god.
I know who you are. Miss Kamisato
Interesting
has
lore
spoken about you.
Hidden behind slow talking NPCs. How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these
They're
days?
both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever.
So pretty much business
I'm
as usual in the
getting through
Yashiro
these a bit
Commission.
faster.
Very much so.
Ayato is still in the Yashiro Commission. Ayaka is still the lady of the house. No changes there. As far as I can see, nothing changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well.
Got any more questions?
That's all for now. Thanks.
Very welcome. In fact, I would love
Oh my god, shut up.
Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend.
I love her
must
too.
say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here.
Thanks.
Alright, goodbye for now. We're,
Tataratsuma.
bye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right then.
Oh my god. I hate the really slow talking NPCs when they have lots of big speeches.
Everything's taken care of now. Don't
Very well.
Oops.
Safe travels.
Yeah, weird. Oh no, I gotta do a like a side thing to continue with this chapter. What do I have to do? What? Oh, it's a world quest. Okay, maybe I just have to start the world quest. I'll see. Okay, there we go. I just did. It was a very short world quest, like an extremely short part of a world quest that I had to do, just to free up Xavier. Took me like 5 minutes.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier? What are you doing?
It's pronounced Xavier.
I was in the general area, and
I thought it was Xavier.
this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of this area?
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
It is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way.
Yeah.
How about that?
If he's talking about the Doctor, yeah, he's... Yep. Still the Doctor.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna?
I am.
I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much.
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a Kabukimono connected to Tatsuma?
Bukimono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the
Yeah,
sort of
you
person
wouldn't know
I'd like to meet, actually.
anything about eccentric
But sadly,
types, dude.
I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a Kabukimono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
So there's no more Kabukimono. Did the Battledeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was, but so far it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself, yeah.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving?
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
I mean, it seems like everything's fine.
Got all the information you're looking for.
Time to go back and see
Sure.
Nahida.
What's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what
Aww.
happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
That's so cute. Thank you,
Don't
Paimon.
mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Cute. Okay. So, like, everything seems fine, you know? If Battledeer wants to erase himself from history, and if he did, who cares? Like, it doesn't seem to have... I mean, Traveler's obviously worried that it, like, fucked with something heavily. But it hasn't. Everything's fine, you know? It's just changed history a bit, but that's fine.
Hey, it's them.
Hey, guys.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh?
Perfect. These two have researched Taratsuman spots. Let's see what they have to say.
We haven't made any real progress.
Can I read it again?
Oh,
I'm not gonna... I didn't read it the first time. So why would I read it again? Oh, is this like... Is the yellow stuff the new stuff? Well, I didn't read it before, so... Yeah, let's talk about the mechanic.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well.
Okay. Let's look for yellow. Yeah, so there's stuff about the mechanic and stuff in there. The content has changed. Another effective tampering with the information in Erminsul. The balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his might, but still.
What do you think?
A masterpiece!
Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma.
Sure, let's tell him.
Find out. Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we had...
And then we tell him the story. Great.
Wow. So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
No problem.
Well, so it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this?
It's funny that it's like...
Clan, you say? And I guess it
It's not the true history.
So there's no ghost story here after all.
But...
This new information actually lends...
But it is now? Like, it might as well be now?
Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society.
Makes me wonder if anything else was affected by the Erminsul before we came to this
Was
world.
conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into it.
Alright, see you guys.
I'm so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See?
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Awesome. Awesome. Dun 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 dun. Hello, Nahida.
Nahida, we're here.
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start?
Ah!
Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting.
She's not gonna know about the balladeer.
And then
Her memory was erased of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. There's no reason it wouldn't be erased for the balladeer. Yeah.
This sounds like some kind of code name.
Oh no.
You look troubled.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this had happened.
There's something you need to tell
If
me?
you've been paying attention, traveler, even Nahida doesn't remember. Just like last time, any changes to Ermin shall affect her as well. The balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I'm the record keeper. Any other descenders would be as well, theoretically, right?
Hey, what's wrong?
But they wouldn't know as much about this stuff, most likely, unless the descendants are people that we know. There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. Are we telling her just the balladeer stuff? Not about... Okay. Okay. We didn't mention Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, though. So we're just talking about the balladeer here.
The balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it.
Oh, so we still fought a machine.
It does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
Is it just
I
regret?
can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was...
Well, he asked if he could change the past. I don't know his perspective on this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. See, like, he asked if he changed the past, so I was wondering if he did that with the intention of, like, if he never existed, maybe some of these bad things wouldn't have happened, but then the world didn't quite change like that. It just justified the reason he wasn't there, but all the bad things still happened. Or he just is ashamed of himself and doesn't want his name to be, like, consistently tarnished in history or whatever. Or maybe he is still around. The only, like, sort of outside knowledge that I have is the game calls him the Wanderer, right? Like, if you try to pull for him in the gacha or whatever, he's called the Wanderer. And in this entire game, I feel like they've only ever called him the Balladeer and something else, right? Scaramouche or whatever, right? Is that who it was? Is that the same person? Or, like, you know, the puppet or whatever. But I don't remember ever hearing them call him the Wanderer. So I wonder if, like, my thought right now, and this is using a bit of meta knowledge, is maybe he's still around, unlike Great Lord Rukkhadevata, who erased herself from history and then, you know, is also gone. Maybe he erases himself from history but then comes back, you know, like Spider-Man in whatever the latest movie was. And it's like he's still in the world, and so he's going to show up and he's going to say, I'm the Wanderer, and, like, no one knows anything about me. I'm just a secret special guy called the Wanderer, and we'll recognize him, but he'll tell us his motivations. I feel like that could be the end of this quest. Did he want to reset everything or save someone, or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him an answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Great Lord Rukkhadevata erase her own existence, but I can't tell in the heat of that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that.
Else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
I just feel empty.
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yeah.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Their fatal tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life, or did he wish he'd never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one.
Ooh. What is this?
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
Really?
What is it? A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Okay. Oh, is it going to be a little video? No.
This
Maybe?
fairy tale?
No. Matches
I
everything I
authored
said.
this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Ah.
So this record survived from the...
Wait. Did it survive because everything was an analogy? In this world, it's just fiction? Like, it didn't need to change this because this isn't inconsistent because, Like the other stuff, the essay and stuff outside, they are based on true events, and so they, like, you know, they are blatantly supposed to be true events, so they had to be changed. But this text is just a fictional story, you know? And even though it is like all the things are things that happen in real life, if they're all changed, it's basically a work of fiction, and so it doesn't need to be changed if the past is changed. Is that what happened?
Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono and other records will have been changed.
That's so cool.
But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact.
That's really clever.
Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that, but Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
Cool.
That's incredible! What a great idea! And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. There was once a
Okay, they are showing it to
monster
us.
draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender, and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve it." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it.
Oh my god.
The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content.
They're cool illustrations.
I will become the new moon.
It's a cool art
answer to
style.
everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, He was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
Mm-hmm.
We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own harbinger.
Feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
Like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
Oh no, you didn't.
But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us, so the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth, and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't we take her out for a walk to clear her head?
Take me out for a walk. I'm not a dog.
You need to get out of your head for a while.
You can't just take me out for a walk. I take you out for a walk, bitch. Okay, let's go out there. I do find this mission interesting, but there's like so much.
Really tough being the only one who remembers all that.
There's so much exposition, and I feel like they could cut it down a bit. I feel like it doesn't need to be quite this long, because I don't feel like I'm towards the end of this mission, but I don't know what else is, you know, happening here. All right, let's go down. Have I checked this guy's shop ever? Does he have anything good? No, not really. Just stuff I've got a lot of. Or if I don't have a lot of, I don't need it right now.
We're here! What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling like there's something I'm missing, something important I'm forgetting.
Are you gonna answer or what?
Sorry, it's just, give me a minute, I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain, let's dig this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Irminsul and deleting oneself, Great Lord Rukadevada, forbidden knowledge, Nahida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Huh? Yes, that was it. Great Lord Rukadevada. She said no one can erase himself from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation unless Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There would be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about the Great Lord Rukadevada. But this is a crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence, in which case the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be
Oh.
a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
I see what happened to him. He's right there. He still wears a stupid hat. Like, you're gonna draw attention to yourself like that. I guess there's no reason to hide except for
No, not
me.
you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you?
Does the balladeer remember? Shit, you know?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That's the balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford...
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome.
Why is he so soft?
But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias. And
Oh, I have a million of those. Do you need some?
This evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around.
Wander.
The sights.
Wanderer.
Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am.
It's it. There we go. His name is the Wanderer.
First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him.
Stay out of sight.
Oh. I thought it was going to be one of the follow missions, but it's just he's already where he's going, and I just need to walk up there. Okay. Can do.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer,
Paimon, quiet down.
stealing his Sunsettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Be quieter. Yeah, there we go. Jeez.
Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I never would believe it.
You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
Seems like he doesn't remember
Following me away from the
us.
city.
He might have erased his memories of himself from himself.
Have we met before?
Those are massive Sunsettias.
But you know
Aren't
me?
the Sunsettias supposed to be like that big?
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
Puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be...
It's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay. But please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Oh, I'll give him 100 Sunsettias.
He said you don't want any more for it.
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm. And he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you.
And let's
Okay.
return to the city.
Alright, dude. Sure. Return to the grocery store. Zoom. Zoom.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Your girlfriend?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me.
And your girlfriend's flying
Sorry,
fairy?
boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid.
Don't waste your time.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world. Like you had nowhere to be, and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know?
But I don't...
This is strange. His personality is very different.
You're right. Then I
His voice acting is different. Not a different voice actor, but
Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention
you
it,
know,
kiddo.
the way
I've
he's
run into
voice
all
acting.
kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Okay. Let's go now. Higher and higher, it's burning through to my soul. Girl, 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 you've gone and set me on fire. My brain is flaming, I don't know which way to go. 'Cause your kisses lift me higher, like the sweet song of a choir.
What's wrong? Huh?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across to Vat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it
This
sounds
is
like a plan
what I
with motives.
originally thought the Wanderer's character was when I saw like the character demo of him and
I
stuff.
have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
And this is when I didn't care about him too much. I thought he was just, you know, he wouldn't be a very interesting
This is a
character.
difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask,
Okay. Just
what
accepting
was
it.
I like in my previous incarnation?
A dick.
Oh, okay.
He's like, yeah, I get the
You
picture.
want to tell me, but you can't bring yourself to
Okay.
say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
I'm just trying to think where to
If it's that
start.
difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear, but I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you.
Mm-hmm.
As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I wonder if they did this because they wanted to redeem
History at all.
In terms of the outcome alone,
the Balladeer so that, you know, they could use him as a fun character in the
In
future.
terms of right and wrong, each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place.
But they
in
didn't know
time.
how to
A
redeem
chain
him, you
of
know?
Cause and effect. A cycle of karma and consequence.
that is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
Yeah, not really.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
Ah.
This is so frustrating. This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street. He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
Prepare yourselves. Okay, enter the memory. Reminiscent drift. Zoom. Okay. Some gameplay, maybe. Perhaps.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memory. These memories will show you the raw truth. But be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
And now we're just finishing the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear a footstep.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well...
And the rest is history. Well, that's the end of the mission.
Of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Jeez.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabuki Mono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He
Okay.
looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live along?
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Mono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwan. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
I do wish Genshin would do this sort of thing more, where they tell the story with dialogue that's happening while you're playing the game. Just so that I can play the game.
What are we doing back here?
You know, in the same way that a Valve game would do it, or fucking a Naughty Dog game, you know? Some of the best storytelling video games of all time, they like to tell you a story while also doing gameplay that complements the story. I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty. But there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died. And then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup. We're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever. This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
Oops.
She doesn't have time for...
I just accidentally clicked off the thing, and like I clicked off the game because sometimes I have to pause it to like check on something real quick to pause the recording. And so I paused the recording, and then when I like clicked play on the recording again, I clicked back on the game, and when I clicked back on the game, the game immediately minimized, and I just clicked on a random YouTube video.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Well, that is fucked up.
What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family. You're no
Oh yeah, I remember them talking about this child in the backstory video.
You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Okay, alright.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you.
The Jester!
What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The Jester's voice is so cool.
Long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Incoming.
I see through you. Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Get them! Don't blink.
Nice.
Miscalculated.
Yeah, the Jester's voice was awesome there.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place.
Mm-hmm.
The Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
It is.
No version of events. The traveler once encountered the balladeer he...
Such a
Oops.
creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and
Is that
these
Signora?
incompetent
Yeah.
fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible. And don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I genuinely forgot Child was a harbinger for a second.
But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. By then, see you at the victory feast.
Too bad she's dead now, right? Killed by Raiden Shogun.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come.
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Okay.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Order guide you.
Okay.
Don't blink. Hey! Blink. Speed of light. Cut to the chase.
Nice. Owned. Next section. What are they showing us now? The bit where with the giant robot? Is that what we're gonna see?
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru.
Yeah, I think this is the...
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome.
The doctor!
I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they'd think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable.
The Doctor is one of the best characters in this game. I really love him.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Oh, just go right back in the thing. We're at the robot now? Maybe? Robot now. We're at the robot now.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes,
Oh.
you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I like that.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear, no matter the consequences. I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
He's
Can
saying,
you return my memories to me?
oh.
Does that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences.
Oh, I don't know.
As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation.
Yep.
All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to...
Oops, I did not mean to skip that. Is that this the true meaning of Great Lord Rukkhadevada's words? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original balladeer is gone, this person will live on in its place. Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny
I've
too?
always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
Okay. Oh, a cutscene for it? But what's gonna happen after he gets his things back? Won't there just be problems again? Oh!
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
You okay? It's a lot to take in. Oh shit! There's the robot. Why is it here? Is it because we're in the memory? She's fighting it again. Hell yeah. Ooh. Nice. Paimon.
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why.
Okay.
This won't be the end.
Oh. Does he save us? The music is fucking sick.
Die.
Okay, he's back. Oh shit! I'm fighting the boss as a battalier?
Stupid questions.
Ouch.
Too slow.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Quit following me.
Ow!
Squall and Fury. At my command, you shall fall.
Oh my gosh. Let me up in the air.
Bow your head.
Take that. That's a bit of damage. Okay.
Behold. My endless cycle begins.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, how am I supposed to... Oh, okay. It just healed me up. The game just gave me more health. Okay. Ouch!
Squall and Fury. Insignificant pest.
Okay, come on. Do some real damage there. Okay, he's almost dead. He's almost dead. There we go. Got him.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. But it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
The past will catch up to you.
You sound like you're concerned about me.
I am kind of.
Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's...
Okay, what's the truth that he knows now? That he can't change the past? He can't escape his sins? Is that the truth?
Welcome back, Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting.
I don't know if that's true.
You
I feel like you should
probably
regret
that information
killing
in
people.
Ironsol, didn't you?
Yes. And I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all
Just trying to
honesty,
help you out.
Your past experiences have made you a useful Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan, but before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Nahida has some smart
I
plans.
guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nahida doesn't see you that
Oh,
way.
right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. I hope you can find some answers.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
I didn't do it for a
Borrowing
reward.
and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll
He still
balance
has
the
that
books one
feeling.
day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed. Which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting. And whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance. Nahida's on your side, man.
Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Say thank you. Or something.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
Okay.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
He'll just go by the Wanderer.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
Seems great that you guys care about names so much, but you keep calling me the Traveler, despite the fact that my name is Jent, and you don't ever say it.
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
What? Hang on, what? You can obtain the item an evolution of the Archon Quest interlude in version of Genesis, which will allow you to change Eon Drift Wanderer's name. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you've renamed this character, some interface in the game going forward will display that name as you've chosen. Please ensure that you're following terms of service. Don't discriminate, don't... The bullying or insulting of any travelers or groups of travelers. Any other content or behavior that violates the terms of service. So I can choose the Wanderer's name, but obviously it's like, but don't choose anything super inappropriate. What a brave thing to give me. Well, man, I don't know. What should he be called? I don't know, man. Well, I feel like since I'm doing this on my channel, I feel like it should be something dumb related to my channel. Like he's a bit of a mystery, so he's a bit of a puzzle. And then on my One Piece channel, I solve the recap Rubik's. So maybe his name should be Rubik. Or like Rubik's Q or something. That kind of looks stupid though, because there's well, now I actually can't remember how to spell Rubik. Like now I had it there for a second. Okay, yeah, it's with a K. Rubik. Rubik's Q. Cube. I mean, I feel like Rubik is fine. Dr. Rubik. Mrs. Rubik. The Rubik. The cubed Rubik. Oh. Hang on. What about a cubed Rubik? That's so stupid. I'm going with it. No! Okay. Never mind. It's gonna be Rubik.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not, but whatever. I think it'll do.
Alright. If you say so.
I mean, like, I wanted... You know, I could just have called him Pretty Boy or Dumb Poo-Poo Head or whatever, which would have been fine, you know? But I wanted it to also kind of be a name.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Still thinking. Stop rushing me.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do
Everyone
next?
who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
I can't believe his name is Rubik. That's crazy.
At least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants
Bruh.
of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Fine.
No nonsense. I like it. All right. Let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant.
Yeah.
He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There was some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
Finally go eat? Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Cute. What's happening here? Why did it fade out? Oh, okay, we're cutting to these guys.
I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Okay. Oh my gosh, there's still a little bit more. I imagine I'm just going to this place to like wrap up the quest, and it's not actually like there's not actually a whole nother section to the quest, because if there is, my goodness. Although I will admit, I think this quest has been a little shorter than I thought it was. I thought it would be closer to 3.5 hours or so, and it's like 2 hours 16 so far.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
I'll buy you some treats.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at that vase.
Well, you smashed it.
Someone break it while they were cleaning.
That's why they had the smashing scene.
Remember there being a cleaner.
So this shows Paimon bumped to the table and after being startled. Yeah, yep. So this shows that things have changed back. So why is his face still broken?
You sound lost and confused.
Who's that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance. But for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase. Is it not?
Who is this talking to me?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Believe my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
How about you clean it up, Paimon? It's like 3 pieces. Just pick it up. Someone's gonna be so annoyed when Paimon brings them all the way here. I wonder what else awaits me in the future. Interlude chapter, Act 3, complete. Well, that was a fine chapter. I liked it. There were some bits of it that I really liked. Some bits of it that was fine, you know. But it was shorter than I expected it to be, which is good, because I thought it was going to drag on a little bit more than that, and it luckily didn't. Oh, cool, yeah. So I can use that to change Rubik's name once again. So yeah, that was still cool though. I like the sort of turn it took for the balladeer. It was cool, like learning about his backstory and stuff. I feel like my main problem with it is I feel like they told us the same story so many times throughout that like there were some times that like, or they would tell us like a little bit here and then later they would tell us a little bit more, but they would like sort of repeat the stuff we already knew. And it's like, you know, I mean, it's classic sort of Genshin stuff. Genshin pads their dialogue quite a lot, so I think it's something that we're used to at this point. But it's still something to talk about, I think, is that I do feel like it was a little padded. But still, still a cool mission. But what I'm really happy about is the fact that because of this, the next time I sit down to play Genshin, I will be able to start going to Chapter 4. And I'm so excited for Chapter 4 because I have been so excited for Fontaine. I can't wait to see what it's like. I can't wait to meet the characters there. I can't wait to see what the story is there. And I can't wait to be even closer to catching up on the Genshin story. Which, obviously, it's going to be sad when I catch up to not have any more story, like Archon quests to progress in. But I'm okay with it because it also means that I won't have to duck spoilers for the Archon quests and stuff. So, yeah. Anyway. Whoo! See you soon. What's up? I'm just doing a little bit of Genshin today. I'm just literally just planning to start Chapter 4. Just start it. I'm not gonna finish Act 1. I'm not like in this sit down in this session. Maybe in this video you're watching it's finished. It will be finished, but not in this session. This session I'm just playing like a tiny bit today because I don't have much time, but I do want to start this. So I'm just starting it and let's see how it goes. I'm so excited.
The first time we came here. Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right?
Hell yeah.
I just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Yes, but as long as we're around, it's hard to say what will happen.
Yes, you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
That was a long stare. I was just thinking that you might be the problem, Paimon.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Fontaine, baby!
Look who it is.
Hey, dear.
You in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're going to Fontaine, baby. Oh, is that
You
someone
serious?
planning to take us
Can't say
there?
I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking.
I love how much she likes us.
How about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Yeah.
Sounds
I'll be
good.
fast traveling back here all the
All you
time.
need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle.
We have to cross the desert to
when are
get
you
there?
leaving?
Journey should be spontaneous.
Wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried
No.
yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Paimon, we're not doing that. I've waited too long. I want to go to Fontaine. I'm so excited to go to
I
Fontaine.
see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita?
Should know from our dreams anyway.
Good point. Then there's no need need to bother her in the real world.
Then I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Bye, dear.
Goodbye, dear. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Bye, Sumeru. It was a good chapter. Approach the border with Fontaine. I'm really excited. Oh my gosh, he's gonna give us like a cool shot of Fontaine. Because Fontaine's fucking gorgeous. Yeah! That's so beautiful. Let's get the viewpoint. I like that it just teleported us out here. Jesus! Like the middle of nowhere it put us. Except I have a thing over there because I, at some point, had to go into Fontaine just the tiniest bit, just so that I could get a certain thing I needed. Now, how does a game expect us to do this? Do we go down a path? I feel like when I did it the first time, I don't know what I did. I really don't know. But I mean, I suppose. Is there like a wave rider thing down there? I don't see one. I feel like this is just what I did last time. I don't know if this is what the game intends for you to do. Is to just float over there. But I think this is just what I did. Oh wait, there is a wave rider thing there. That's how you do it. And that might have been how I did it before. I guess it depends if it's activated or not. It doesn't look activated. Maybe I didn't do that last time. Maybe last time I just floated in. And this time I'll do it properly. Wave rider, waypoint unlocked. Here we go. Meow. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Just gonna grab this while we're here. Come on. Oh, nice. I really shouldn't have been able to get that, but I was able to, so it's fine. Okay. Hallelujah. Here we come. Who's that kid? Is that a actual character or is that... Yeah, well. Let's stand around here. There we go.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow. Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed. And there are all kinds of unusual machines.
It's even more impressive than I expected.
The sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
And start by meeting the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
And also to find the truth.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like?
Well, based on her character demo.
Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means. To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Well, they might be talking about something private.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family.
Okay, this sounds like a very
I was
sad
expecting a
conversation. We
sudden
shouldn't
plot twist,
jump in
but
here.
It's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Look!
Hi.
That was,
We're travelers new to Fontaine.
what's her name?
We had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind
I
of
have her.
play, so
It's not
we
Linny,
didn't
is
wanna
it?
interrupt.
I couldn't remember which one
play?
was which.
Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Did it?
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Right, makes sense. They see it as like a performance.
Should court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the
I'm so excited
Oratrice
for Neuvillette.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
And the Chief Justice. False charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
So this is the Nation of Justice.
Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Damn.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff?
Well, I would expect so.
Didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
I expect
No,
most
Lady Farina seldom
Archons
takes an
don't have
interest with
much
the nation's
time for
affairs.
random people.
The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon.
Yeah.
Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
Yeah, I guess they're not really celebrities generally.
The Hydro Archon is kind of like a big celebrity here.
There you
right?
go.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Well, that's cool.
All right, I think we get it.
I'm glad to hear that people don't think they're gonna be punished for talking bad about her.
Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey, what are you looking over there
Because
for?
she's looking at the magician. Yeah.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
I mean, it's shallow water.
Go check on her.
It's nice of us to be concerned about her, but... Act 1. Chapter 4, Act 1. Greetings, girl.
fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself.
That's not true.
I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
Yeah, there you
You're
go.
pointing at the
Chat
sea.
with us.
Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're
No
mermaids.
people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
I vaguely remember stuff about that in the trailer.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of
Here's
meeting.
this guy. Okay.
Are you
Which one of you is
Lynette's new
which?
friends?
Okay, she's Lynette. He's Linny. That's right. Linny and
Thanks
Lynette.
for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the traveler.
Paimon is Paimon.
We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one who
That's very true. That's because you don't shut up. Because you always steal all my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
What's happening in
Where
Fontaine?
to begin?
Start with the water stealing your memories part.
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet.
Well, we have. We said our names. Yeah.
Hello, traveler.
Hi. Hello, Linny.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
You got small
Please,
hands.
Don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Awesome. This is already great. Already like these characters. I love this city. Love the world building of it so far. I don't know why it's not making my character walk slowly like it normally does.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Is she here? Oh! That would be awesome. Oh, cool. Clorend. I have you, Clorend. I have your character. And here comes Farina. Standing up there.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people,
Oh,
rich
yeah.
and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers
I love this
have
music.
arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
Nobody here seems to be holding a glass.
I've long
Weird thing to
heard
point
of the
out.
turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Fosalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip.
I love this.
Now, you may rejoice in this.
She's great.
Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and
Her eyes are so
the
interesting.
excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
I am.
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Will you be my girlfriend?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about.
Damn, we have a lot of stories about
Lady
us.
Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is gonna be the duel of the century.
Duel?
Got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler.
We
for
are
another
dueling?
hand, just as you were hoping to see.
She wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Fighting gods? I've got a resume. That's sick.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
What? She challenged me.
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior.
Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Aranias, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind
The
of
fuck is going on?
a duel in court.
It's gonna be Phoenix Wright, baby.
All right. Now that'll be worth seeing.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't committed any crimes. We literally just arrived here.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it? According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month.
Paimon is the flying object?
Of violating this law, no?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
Oh my god.
That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow
Thank
me
you
to
for finally
interject,
speaking up.
I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
Okay.
Tell her, Winnie. Finally, someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
I really love
As a
Farina's
magician
voice.
Who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
What's going on?
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Linny do that?
When Lily patted you on the back. Oh! That's why he did that. So does she count more as a balloon or something now? Because she's like leashed? Or a pet?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified
balloon.
as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
That's very funny.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Is she gonna throw a tantrum? I don't know. Okay, she's amused by it right now.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected
Her hands clap well for wearing
I
gloves.
enjoy. With you here, today's
Oh,
performance
they're like
can
half
finally be
gloves.
called complete.
I think one glove is a full glove and the other one's like a half glove.
All this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward
This
to
is
seeing
so
your
good.
performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Toodaloo. I like it. I like her character because she is really big-headed and egotistical and pretentious.
Just like that. She's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Thanks for bailing us out,
Don't
Lenny.
mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Yeah, confusing is a good way to put it.
Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Lenny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
Awesome.
Isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
Yeah, would love to.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Can we help?
Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Just give them to people?
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
Oh my gosh.
In the end, the
It's like a
people
rapture.
will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain,
Oh god.
weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
What the fuck?
Pretty gloomy.
Yeah.
Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic
Oh,
pockets
they're bags
have
of holding?
astonishing capacity.
Got it.
I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Yeah, that's useful.
Oh, Paimon gets it. It's like preparing for a rainy day. But this is more than a bit of rain.
Is there no way to prevent this disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever
Oops.
Now, if you
We're only
like
tiny
to
specks on the
help,
ground in the scheme of
then
things, he
please
said.
give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Cool. Like water. Now, before I do this, I'm just going. No, actually, let's do it. I was gonna go up and because I wanted to press the statue or whatever up there, but it's okay. I can do that in a second. Let's just do the thing that I have to do here.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Okay, dude.
We hadn't heard
That's
that one before.
kinda interesting.
People can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
Just hold on to it. I mean, worst case scenario, use it for something else. It will be useful for other shit.
Doesn't necessarily mean death.
Great. See you, man. You are weird. I'm never talking to you again. Who are you? Etienne.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
Here you go.
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when...
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything.
Take it anyway.
Life is all about living in the moment.
Oh my
What
gosh.
use is there
These
in worrying
people.
about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, great, but you...
Should still take it.
Yeah, you can just take
You
it.
never know when it'll come in handy.
It's a cool magic item.
Right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now.
Yeah, I get it
Really
metaphorically. I understand. Just, you know, take the fucking bag. Alright, let's go. Let's go back to Lenny.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say?
Yeah, many are quite
but that will
stubborn.
change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Cool. Can do. Oh, hey guys. Pretty.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect
Oh,
Romaritime
really?
flowers.
I really don't have many Hydro characters, to be honest. I got Barbara.
Wish me luck.
There we go. Bonk. Bonk.
Go, Barbara, go.
Bonk. Hehehe. Bonk. There we go. Go, Barbara, go. Hey guys, I'm back. Oh.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No, way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left.
She said something like that because I have her in my teapot. And I think when you first talk to her, she's like, oh, I'm in power saving mode right now, or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I didn't know if it like implied she's actually a robot. But I think she's just using those terms. Like, she's just a robotic acting person. Just a, you know, quiet, maybe, like, just a little quiet introvert, I guess. But she just uses that as a convenient term. But it also could just be, like, foreshadowing that they reveal that she's a robot, you know? I don't know.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Oh. What? Why are they walking away? Why did that happen? That was weird.
Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
What about her?
What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief.
Oh.
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
Maybe put an invisible string on my wallet and then have her pickpocket it
if she tries to run.
And then we'll pull her back. Understood.
All right, let's go.
Are they doing this whole thing just to teach me how this harbor works? Like what it looks like around here, and also like how to collect those flowers and how to use this elevator. Whee! This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh, it's a long way up. Jeez. Jeez, man. They might as well just fast travel us. I mean, there's a statue at the top here, I think, so I will be able to fast travel up here eventually. I do like that it drops me out right at the statue. That's nice. Hallelujah. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. It just like does a strip. It's not like a huge section. It's just one strip. That's very interesting. Did light just start flooding in from the Statue of the Seven just now? That's so weird. Did anything like this happen before? A rush of water? It certainly is the nation of Hydra, Archon. Even the Statue of the Seven are water fountains. Yeah, right. That light wasn't normal. Jen, you didn't feel uncomfortable at all? The water is speaking to me. Paimon, like Paimon's gonna believe you. If you can crack jokes like that, you must be fine. Though after it lit up like that, the air does feel a lot more humid. Maybe it's because of the hydro energy that's released. Paimon heard that in Fontaine, if you can use elemental energy properly, you can even swim underwater. Maybe you can find sunken treasure. Paimon will leave diving for treasure to you. Paimon will stand on the shore and wait for you. You could try doing something for once, Paimon. But being in the water is scary. What if Paimon accidentally gets swept in a current and gets all turned around and dizzy, and then she won't be able to fly away no matter what? Just like before Paimon met you back in Mondstadt. Oh yeah, I forgot. She's got PTSD from water. Then maybe Paimon can try going underwater with you. You better not go back to your word. Cool. All right. Under the protection of the transoceanic source water, what you expend while moving underwater is not stamina, but aquatic stamina. As such, when your aquatic stamina is expended, you will not drown. Nice. That's nice. Now, I'm real quick gonna switch my traveler to Hydro Traveler and let's see what she's like. Cause I've never done that before, but first let's also put some of these in. Nice. Okay. Look at that fucking statue. It's kind of cool. Resonate with Hydro. Oh. Okay, here we go. First one. Oh. That's interesting. Okay, that was me holding it. What if I just click it? What if I just press it once? Water jet! Cool. I want to try out the queue, but I'll have to charge it first. Alright, well, that's that done. There's a thing over here. Yoink! Whoops, wait for the aquabus. I don't know what that is. Okay.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Get ready to stop her.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She said, what should we
Oops.
do? Should we chase her?
Can we chase her subtly? Our job is to block this path.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
You wait, but there's no sign of the thief.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
Let's go find Lily.
Yeah, let's go.
Where is he? Oh, he's over there.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway,
Did he just pickpocket her back?
Going now.
Didn't even catch her, just took
Were
it?
you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground.
Okay.
By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
You moron,
I'll be
Lily.
all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine now.
Okay. Let's do it. Oh my gosh. I feel like the encounter points, though. I guess I haven't finished a quest yet. Like, there's quests within the act, and this quest has been going on for a while.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This is an aquabus. It allows
There you
people
go.
to travel
Cool.
between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring, even when I'm writing?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
I like their relationship so far.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Okay. Bit quicker. What if it left like just before? Who's that? Oh, it's Charlotte! It looks like Yan Fei for a second. Like her skirt. But it's Charlotte! Yes!
Excuse me! Aren't you the great magician Linny? And his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we...
Oh, look at the scenery. It's great.
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
From
I'm
the
so
Steambird,
excited to
huh?
properly meet
We've
her.
often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
I guess you could say that.
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day. Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision
Look at the little dance she did.
Charlotte, what do you
Little
usually
hop.
report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Even I want to read those now.
That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've
Disappearances
ever seen.
of young
I'm
women.
the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird. Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed
I don't know you should be this giddy about young women going missing.
materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago.
Oh my
And
God.
Ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace.
Damn.
But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many
That's
suspects
fucked
have
up.
been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Maybe they're copycat criminals? That's kind of what I'm
Yes,
thinking.
Possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back. and
What's
then find a
Lynette's
way
reaction to
track
this
down
gonna
the
be?
culprit.
She's gonna hate
Please
this?
don't imagine that, Linny.
Yep.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Yay! It's, man, this path, this road is so cool. Yeah, this is my favorite scenery in Genshin by far. This is like my style, I would say. My sort of look. I like it more modern, interesting. This reminds me of Water 7 in One Piece. But I guess a little more advanced? Yeah, I think a little more advanced. Like how it's like a water park, but a city. It's so cool. I like the music as well. The music's so good.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Wait, give me your number.
Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Will do.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Awesome. Wow, that's cool. That's very cool. There we go, quest complete. That's what I was waiting for. I believe, yes, now that the quest is complete, I've done my 4 encounters of the day, and that's probably a good place to stop for this session, since I said I was only going to do a little bit, and then I did a fucking hour of it. So, yeah, I can't wait to jump back into this. Should I go, where's the, where is this? I think I want to activate the statue where I can, because I need to activate the statue. I'm gonna not climb up onto that thing and hope that means it doesn't activate the mission. It hasn't activated the mission, so that's good. That's good. How do I get up to that thing? Is this like is there an elevator here? Oh my gosh, I mean, I guess I'm just exploring right now. You are the best blacksmith out of any of these cities. Look at you, you're cute. There's no room for improvement, you're perfect. Okay, maybe we head up here. Oh good, there is a fast travel thing, so at least now I don't feel too bad if I don't find the statue. Yeah, there must be a way to get up there conveniently, but I don't know what it is. It's hard because you have to figure out how to get up there. But the way you'd be able to figure it out is by having the map, but you can't get the map until you get up there. So it's really tough. Oh, look at you. Hello. Perfect. Hello, Catherine. I'll do that in a second.
Add Astra.
Let me just do this. Claymore. Dispatch again. Okay, and now add Astra Abscess. Why do you look so stressed out? This adventurer didn't pass the review earlier. I was wondering what's wrong. Did someone not pass a guild review? I'm afraid this isn't a guild affair, but a commission. I'm sure you've heard that the full name of Fontaine Research Institute is Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. Okay. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Well, I was just activating a side quest. All right. Well, I think with that, I need to... Well, funnily enough, what I actually need to do is go edit a Genshin video. That's why I don't have time to play Genshin. The irony. But, yeah, anyway. I'll catch you later. Goodbye. Oh my gosh. I just spent the last day... Whew, editing... I mean, you know... By day, I mean all of last night and all of this morning. It's now like the afternoon. I spent all that time editing the Genshin video. So, essentially, if you don't know, I put up... I record this that you're watching. And I also edit it and put up the edits on my main channel. But I only do that every few weeks, you know. And this latest one was the biggest one I've had to do because I was editing down 21 hours of footage. And I edited it down to 4 hours. So it took a long time to edit all that footage down. And there was so much that's cut out, obviously. But hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. I just basically got the highlights of each quest and stuff. But yeah, it took a long ass time, but I wanted to like, thing is like, I wanted to get up to that point because I wanted to make like significant progress. If like, cause the first video I posted was like my reaction to seeing my brother. And that's like a big moment in the story. And the second video was like most of the Inazuma quests and fighting the Raiden Shogun or whatever. And I wouldn't have been able to get the third video to be like Sumeru, like getting Nahida back and all that stuff, even though those were all big quests. So I thought, what else can I, like, what can I fit in that's still big? And I wanted to at least get the time loop quest in, because that's one of the best quests I've done in the game so far. And so I made sure we got up to at least that point. But that video, that raw footage of that time loop quest is also like linked with me playing Act 3 and Act 4 of that chapter as well. So I thought I'll put that in the video as well. And then next video can start with Act 5, which is a huge fucking act and will take up a long time. So yeah, I did all of that. Now, I'm logging back into play, but first I'm just going to use my resin so that I don't have resin building up while I'm playing this. So, see ya. Okay, alright, did it. Now let's do it. Let's go to where Linny is. The Court of Fontaine. Oh, you know what? I also want to put Hydro Traveler back in my party just because I want to
This world is full of
eventually see oh, I want to eventually see what her ult is. Hey man, a little weird, kind of creepy. What's here? Just some radishes. Great. Sorry I stole your radishes, girl, but ah well. Oh, I also sold your thing back here. Linny, I've arrived. Was that Freminet that I saw there?
This is our current abode.
Maybe not, because he's not there anymore.
Freminet.
Oh, no, he's there. And it's Freminet.
Where did everyone else
I guess
go?
that makes sense.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I have Freminet. I've got him as at like Constellation 3 or some shit.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped.
Father, as in Alakino?
Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Freminet. He is a phenomenal diver.
Man, the auto is
hello.
off right now.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Sure seems to have a big family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, you go ahead. Ba ba ba. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials.
Okay.
I was about to give them to you.
Good job,
our
Fremine.
Always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Meanwhile, in Gotham City.
Looks like rain.
Feels like rain.
You're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
Or if it's like a hydro place.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House.
Oh.
But don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
Interesting.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went. Every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Another one of the elemental dragons of Tavad.
Elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
There's a thing I can activate.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
Well, and if only one person does
You
it.
might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
After some time, the rain stops. That was us. That's because we did the Hydro Dragon thing.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
You see you at the performance.
Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted.
Oh, that's
And
okay,
the boss there
Fremine.
tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No, it's fine.
I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This'll be a walk in the park for us.
Yeah. We're awesome, don't worry. Might as well check out the food while I'm here. You got anything good? I mean, yeah, I could just buy some of this stuff, just in case I need it. I mean, one-time purchase. Fonta. Interesting. Coffee beans. I don't know if I have any of those. I'm just gonna grab a bunch of them. We should use these recipes if we can. Great. Wonderful. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, are you the? Oh yeah, you're the
hello there.
mechanic.
Any customers looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Yes, I am. Please flirt with me more.
Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth.
Gotcha.
When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But
Aw.
they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Aw, both parties in this are very
Seems
nice.
Both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Wow. So, is Lenny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey, is this machine what you use to make stuff?
Is he being funded by
Really advanced.
someone else? By the Fatui?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh?
Whoa.
Trials produce energy.
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in justice.
Oratrice
and
mécanique
converts it into energy
d'analyse
to be
cardinale.
used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to
No,
make judgments.
you have to say the full name, Paimon. You can't just say Oratrice.
Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
The gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah. So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It
Pneumosia.
isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but
Who are you guys?
chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
Who are you?
You again! Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave.
Yeah, just leave this poor woman to get her legs broken.
Hey, hold on.
Child?
Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
What are you doing
If
here?
Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank, but we said we'll pay everything we owe next month.
Oh, that's
Why are you hounding
ironic.
me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Sure, I've run into a lot of friends today.
Long story short, I've already
These
been
guys in the
Fontaine for
background.
some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring.
What? No,
But
Fontaine's
it seems
awesome.
that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way
True.
you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
I don't mind a little excitement now and then.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want Jamora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Okay.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
"Hey, that's way
Aww.
All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now."
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Go ahead.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Just gonna cut ahead and they're gonna be on the ground, right? Oh, we get to play as him. Nice.
Tidal wave.
I don't have child, so this is nice.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Owned. That's pretty satisfying.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell
He's
me.
also a harbinger.
Now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
What? Oh, was his vision disabled? Did like Farina do that or something?
Huh. That was weird.
Oh, I liked that in the background. It just had like Traveler like talking to the girl, I guess like comforting her or saying you can go inside now or something. Like we didn't see what the conversation was, but it was nice to see there was something happening in the background because they were talking and then Traveler came up. You feeling
I'm
alright?
not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
You'd better not use your delusion too often.
Doing in Fontaine, child. And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself, but recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
Do you have any idea where it came
I
from?
can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
Okay.
Whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale.
That's true. He did do that.
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Power inside you's connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
Does he know where she is?
So easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
Yeah.
But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling
Champion
bored.
duelists?
Official champion
That sounds
duelist?
cool.
You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine.
Oh,
before
like,
a criminal goes to court, they're given one
Ah,
chance to
like,
defend their honor by
what's her
requesting a
name?
duel
The girl
with
I
an
have,
official champion
Clorend.
duelist. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
Oh my god.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Let me guess, no one?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Cool.
Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend,
Yeah, Clorend.
is the strongest of the champion duelists.
I've got her, I
some
pulled
time
her.
before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Yep.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Ooh. Is that a vision? Or is that a fake vision? What? Oh, it's yours?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, I think I'll be better off without it for now.
Okay.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have
I
some
feel like
time.
that's gonna tie into things.
Knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
See you, child.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, seems we don't have much to do for now. We might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Under Paimon's enthusiastic leadership, you walk around, all around the court of Fontaine.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer.
Don't blurt it out.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Oh no, I hope that's not like foreshadowing that Charlotte's a murderer. Because she's a reporter that's barely in the story. Oh no. And I think, isn't there supposed to be a trial in this chapter somewhere? Like someone goes through a trial? I don't know if it's us or if it's someone else. Never thought I'd see the day where Paimon would enjoy reading.
Whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lenny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
So, we just went to like a bookstore.
So let's go ride the aqua bus.
And we just like stood there reading the whole book. Is Hugh Bell not pissed about that? Or a newsstand, I guess. But we just stood there reading the whole thing. What's this blue stuff on the map? There's like little weird blue dots on the map. Oh, cool. Another thing I can unlock. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. Okay, now, how does all of this shit work? How do I get... Alright, well, let's do this first. Beautiful! That's gorgeous. I wish I could have that picture for myself. I mean, I guess I can take one of my own, but it won't look as nice as that. Like, I can take one that's like... gotta hide my character. I can take one like that. And that's nice. That's fine, you know? I'll also take one of my girl here. Can you do something interesting? Thanks. Thank you. Done. Okay. Now I kind of got to figure out how to navigate this city. It's going to take a little while, but at least, you know, this is a chance to explore the city a bit. So please forgive me if I'm just like walking around aimlessly, because I don't have this part of the map explored. I don't know exactly where I'm going. But also, this is my first time seeing the city properly, so... Well, she's cute. Yeah, I like these designs here. Bum bum ba da dum ba da 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 dum. Ba 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 da da ba da da da. I don't like the animals here. Jesus, what's happening? Is that Charlotte?
Huh? Isn't that Charlotte? Who's her friend, and what are they chatting about?
And why is this triggering?
Cherry on top, Charlotte. Journalist extraordinaire. Please tell me you're joking. I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts. It's true, isn't it? It has to be. I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology and even taken out a sizable bank loan. I'm begging you like the begging.
Oh my God.
All of Begdom.
I need you to calm down a little, Miss Lapine, Pauline. I admire your passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash your hopes for those, big ticket orders, but I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was a short story mailed to us by an anonymous amateur author, written in the style of a true story.
It sounds like they're just discussing a story, but why does this Miss Lapine Pauline seem so distressed?
Funnily enough, I actually remember being in a meeting where the editing team was debating the potential risk of misleading the public with this story. They even went to Maison Gardiennage for advice, but to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be a great way to dupe potential criminals into wearing ridiculous costumes when breaking the law. In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best human guards, so a crude disguise isn't gonna get you far.
Gotcha.
If anything, it'll just make you stand out all the more. Since we ran that story, the Maison Gardiennage has made a slew of arrests, including, one phantom blubber beast, a titanic red-crowned finch, and a specter man. So I knew this story had helped out law enforcement. But this is the first time I'm learning of an innocent citizen being deceived by it. And investing so much Mora for nothing.
Aww.
Uh-oh. She really sounds like she's in pain. Paimon thinks we should just ask Charlotte what's going on.
That shot looks like Charlotte was standing over her, like ready to beat her down.
Traveler, Paimon, it's you! I was was in the area taking some photos for a story when I got to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research. She read an article in the Steambird about a criminal who evaded Gardamek detection by disguising themselves as a blubber beast. Inspired by this story, she spent a lot of Mora researching counter-criminal image recognition technology. Her aim was to improve Fontaine's public security by developing a device that could enhance Gardamek's target recognition capabilities. She was hoping I could write an article to spread awareness about image recognition technology. She even paid me for the article and gave me one of her prototype devices before I could get a word in. But unfortunately, it was just a fictional story.
Yeah,
and her efforts
gotcha.
and aspirations were all in vain. I tried to let her down gently, but she's finding it all very hard to accept.
This is a new situation
Damn.
for us too. It's such a pity. It seems like the author was only trying to make the story interesting, and the Maison Gardiennage only had Fontaine's best interest in mind.
Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding.
Miss Lapine Pauline, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamek, head to the opera at Biclez, and get a one-way ticket to the Fortress of Meropide.
Why?
I won't have to repay my debts. It's the only way I can afford to keep on living.
Oh my gosh.
There's no need to go that far. I mean, come on. Look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamek's armor. In all likelihood, they'd only hold you up at the Maison Gardiennage for a few days before letting you out, and then you'd still have to repay your debts. Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much did you actually invest? How bad can it really be?
270,000 Mora.
Well, escaping to the Fortress of Meropide over a sum like that seems like a last resort.
I mean,
Surely
how much
there
money do
must
we
be other
have?
options.
Not anymore. I used to be an equipment supplier to the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. I scraped together some savings over the past few years, but I put every last Mora into this project, and now I'm left with nothing. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist and my dreams of becoming a billionaire one day.
Oh my god. Dreams of becoming a billionaire.
My life is over.
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Pauline. I think I know a way for you to turn this around. This prototype you've given me, the camera lens for image recognition sample collection. It's really quite something. You said you designed it specifically for high-fidelity image capture and analysis, yes? The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier.
Okay.
In fact, I'd say it has the potential to revolutionize Fontaine's news media. So your research efforts thus far are by no means in vain.
Cool.
The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never
Yeah, it's
even
useful, just not for what you thought it was useful for.
Really? Absolutely. I've been working as a journalist for the Steambird for a long time now. No one understands the issues we journalists face on a day-to-day basis better than me. So keep calm, take heart, and start thinking about mass production. In the meantime, I'll show your invention to all my colleagues to drum up interest in your product.
I can't believe if this is true, then I can look into setting up a whole camera lens development pipeline. My big ticket orders and billionaire aspirations are still in the cards. Maybe I should consider taking out another loan. That way, I can rapidly
I don't know about
the
that.
production process, be the first to market, and prepare to battle for dominance in the camera industry.
Come on, stop daydreaming about your plans for a minute. Just take it one step at a time and see how it goes. There's no sense in putting all your eggs in one basket before things are even off the ground.
Slow and steady wins the race.
And I can probably speak to some people I know and license my image recognition device.
I don't know if she's listening to us.
I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner.
I love both Paimon and Traveler's expressions changing there. Oh my gosh.
Can you believe her? She just ran off. Paimon's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other.
It's understandable. When inspiration and passion strike at the same time, it's all too easy to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you. A lot of journalists are the same way when they're first starting out. But don't you worry. I'm gonna write an article on all this, and I'll be checking in on her regularly. Her research has the potential to benefit the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input to stop her from going down any rabbit holes, and make sure mass production of her lens can begin as soon as possible.
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Go Charlotte.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you two take this prototype lens? I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to use it on your travels. It takes
Okay.
the right person to get the most out of a new technology. In your hands, it's sure to capture some amazing sights.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. What a nice surprise. We were just curious about what you guys were talking about. Totally didn't expect to get a free gift.
I mean, I don't even know what this is. Is this
Got something out of this too.
It's fully
The beginnings
voiced,
of a
but it's
very
not part of the
interesting
Archon
news story.
quest.
The boundaries between real news reports and
Is it just an
news
extra
fiction must
thing?
not be blurred, even when there's a compelling justification for doing so. Yes, that's how I'll phrase it to the editors when I give them my feedback. Let's hope we don't mislead any more well-meaning citizens in the future.
She's so sweet. Okay, after activating the special analysis, I can't believe I couldn't pronounce analysis. Special analysis zoom lens through the inventory or gadget shortcut bar. You can use your camera to use a special photo taking function. After Charlotte activates this gadget, the original effects of framing, freezing point, compositions, hold mode cannot take effect, but you can use special methods to take photos. Okay. Okay. So activate gadget. Normal camera can quickly adjust. Alright, so oops. I mean, I don't I don't know what I'm looking at here. I don't know if I actually did anything there. Just the travels you can roll precious memories. Okay, I don't know what it's analyzing. I don't know what the analysis is. But hey, I can take some pictures. Alright, well, that was strange. That was a strange little mission. Well, it wasn't really a mission, it was just a thing. I guess it was just a gameplay mechanic that I unlocked by watching that. I love this music. Really, really cool music to have here. Okay, so what the fuck? How do we like? Do I go in here? Where am I now? Okay, no, I mean, I don't want information. Okay, there's a... Oops, I just clicked, I thought, okay. Well, I'm probably gonna be in this elevator for a while. Because I don't know where the heck it heads. And the last elevator I was in took me a long time to get to the top. But this might be where I can get access to the statue. Okay, cool. There's the statue. Yes, that's gonna help out a lot, I think. There's a world quest there or whatever. Don't care. Ah, wow. Cool. Cool. And now I need to head over to there. Look at all this stuff. Oh, there's so much to explore. I love the way Fontaine looks, though. That's just fucking awesome. That's so good. Oh, it looks so awesome. And I'll worship the statue or drop off the one hydroculus that I have. I thought I saw like a thing. like a thing that I can interact with, but maybe not. Okay. I don't want to activate this world quest yet. I don't like activating these world quests until much later. Because I want to do all the story quests and stuff before I do most of those world quests. I've done, you know, I have done world quests and stuff. But, yeah, I wanna focus on... Okay, I want to go to... There's Maricot Station and more. So how do I know which line that is? Is it the Navia line? Wait, Navia? I know Navia. Navia is the blonde girl, isn't she? Oh, that's waiting for the Aquabus. Is that the right way? This might be the right one. Hello? When does the... Immediately. That's a good bit! That's so funny. When does the... Immediately.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan.
Okay.
The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from
This is
so.
cool. Wow, it's like you can... Oh, there's a thing over there. It's like you can actually, like, be sightseeing in Fontaine. Like, this is something you'd only want to do once or whatever, but it's really cool that you can do this.
Visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiquest. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity.
Up in the sky, that one over there?
Ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
There we go. Really, I'm like a tourist. There's another thing over there. Another...
We are now approaching our final destination.
Fucking shrine.
Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
Even though
Elfane.
I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens.
Melusine, is that what you are?
Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Well, that was cool. That was cute and simple and... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That was cute and simple and fun and effective. And there's a fucking statue up there that I can activate. And there's things here that I can grab. Rainbow roses. I'm so happy I'm in Fontaine. I love Fontaine so far. This is so great. Are these trees that I can hit? Yes. And it's new wood that I've never gotten before. So let's make sure to get a decent amount of it for furniture and the like. Thing is, I feel like since I'm like pretty close to catching up on Archon quests, I'm also not feeling the need to speed through any of this stuff right now, because I feel like I have enough time before I start playing. Like my goal, and this isn't 100% necessary, but my goal, as I've said, is to complete all the Archon quests before I start playing Honkai Star Rail. But it's still a little while before I start playing Honkai Star Rail, so I think I'm gonna have enough time to do all these Archon quests and still be able to play Honkai Star Rail after that. So because of that, I'm just enjoying this because, I mean, we've reached my favorite place in Genshin so far. And I have a feeling even when all of Genshin stuff comes out, that Fontaine will remain my favorite. It just seems like my sort of vibe. This whole place and the kind of characters that are here and the fact that it's like a performance, like acting and lore-based city with technology and shit is like I prefer technology type things than, you know, I guess for lack of a better term, like medieval type stories. I like lore-based stuff because I grew up playing Phoenix Wright games and Ace Attorney games, and so since I adore Ace Attorney, I like watching lore-based fiction in stuff like this. I mean, I don't tend to like many like lore shows that, or I don't tend to watch many. I wouldn't say like, but watch many lore shows that are like legitimate, you know, like Law and Order and stuff. I don't tend to watch that stuff. But when there's like a fictional universe and then lore-based stuff in that fictional universe, I find that fun.
I must leave no stone unturned.
I watched Suits though, and I enjoyed Suits. Suits was pretty good. You know, it had varying quality towards the end, but it was fun enough, you know.
Nowhere to hide.
Bung, bung. I want this. Ah, I couldn't grab it. Hi, guys. Getting a lot of cypress wood. Okay. Statue of the Seven. Beautiful, beautiful. It's so satisfying.
Speed of light.
What is this? Whoa! Well, that's cool. Very cool. Now, just looking around. All right. Well, we are gonna be heading this way, following the path. Man, look at this fucking map design. Fontaine is the best. It's amazing how much I like it compared to everything in the game so far. It's gorgeous. Like that, all of that scenery is fucking awesome. I love it. Let's open this chest over here. If I can figure out how to do it.
Incoming.
Okay, how does this work? Whoop. Oh, there we go. I made them wet. You just have to wet them.
You give, you receive.
So I wonder if you could have just wet them with a Hydro character. Or wet them with that. Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Fountain of Lucine. And let's get the picture. It's so awesome. Alright, I'm going to the bathroom. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Alright. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. In situations where it is continuously affected by Hydra, it has to be continuously affected by it. Oh, but like Traveler can do this. Oh, but it takes her health away? I didn't know that. Well, that's not good. Let me pick up some of this stuff. Some of these rainbow roses. Pick up some more wood as well while we're here. I'm gonna have so much wood to use. Okay. What do we got?
Now this is fancy. The opera Epicles. What a
Epicles.
place to hold a performance. No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it.
It looks a little small, to be honest.
Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Please,
I want to
bless us with a
see the
bright and
inside.
healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
Nice.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Vache. What was that?
Vache. Vache.
Oh wow, Traveler's scared by it. Did you just say something, Paimon?
Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine.
Okay, Lynette's here.
All
Hey,
the
girl.
water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Gotcha.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you. Remember?
Right.
I seem to hear a faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
The voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element.
Uh-huh.
Others in my family have had similar experiences.
Could also be because we're holding child's hydro vision.
Sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait,
When do you cry?
what does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
Whenever Traveler leaves her
When
alone.
Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions.
Gotcha.
Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wondered...
Rather
Oops.
than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
I really like Lynette's voice performance.
Let's go in and see Linny.
She's so subdued, but it really works for the blank expression of her character. But it's not like... It's strange, like... It's not like... It doesn't feel like she's trying to sound... you know, emotionally dead or whatever. But she does sound like someone who is naturally like that. I think she's doing a really good job. Who's the voice actress? Let me see. An Iris Quinones. I never know how to pronounce her name, but she's a great voice actor, so that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. The amount that I compliment that woman, I really should learn how to pronounce her name. I really apologize to her for not knowing. Because she deserves that respect. Okay, here we go. Entering the opera Epiclese.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Lenny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Lenny seems like a cool guy.
Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Is that Clifford Chapin
right
again?
Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sorry, I just have something that I had to draw next to me. Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Go to the seats Lenny arranged. Hell to the yes. Okay, well this is a beautiful like opening chamber, so that's good. Let's see the inside. Is it... Oh, it's pretty massive. Yeah, okay. I take back what I said about it being kind of small. This seems like an appropriate size. Although, they could squeeze more chairs in here, I think. Seems like there could be at least double the amount of chairs in this place. But anyway. Oops. It is beautiful, and I just fucking almost destroyed it. Who was sitting there?
Come on, let's sit down.
Who was that? There's only one other person in this whole building. Is that New Valette? It's hard to see. It's so awkward. I love that facial animation was so good though.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty.
There's so much echo on her
Awkward
voice.
if we don't say anything.
Also, her facial animation is really good right now as well. They fucking upped their game, I feel like. Isn't that usually your job?
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it is
I did
New
not
Valette.
realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
I'm so excited.
So you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. That's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But what should we talk about? sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second.
Paimon, come on.
Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat.
Good.
And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What
Nervillet.
an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be?
Yeah, he's the one in charge of the laws or whatever.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice.
Chief Justice.
That seat is
Dex.
always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really.
I really
And
like
by
him so
the
far.
way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Hey, Farina.
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Oh, the thighs.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. She sure has a
Paimon
smirk
already
and
doesn't like
on
her.
face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
He's like,
All
just
right, please wait just a moment longer.
just play along
I've
for a
pretty
little
much
bit.
finished my preparations, and
Now
the
we can
performance
ignore
will
her.
start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
The crowds enter the venue and the curtains open for the show to begin. Is this going to be a cutscene?
Ooh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be
Paimon, shut the fuck up. You're so loud.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Good.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epicles. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all.
True.
So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
Cool. Are they handing over their visions?
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions
Yeah.
for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado,
Well, no, that's
let
what makes the show fake
begin.
magic. Visions are real
Lynette
magic.
will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but
But fake
don't
magic
worry,
is more
she'll
impressive.
Be coming right back on stage momentarily, perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough.
I'm having fun. This is great.
But there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Oh, I wonder what that implies.
A magician's greatest skill is
Yes.
making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Okay, nothing in the hat except a false bottom. Ooh.
Huh?
Cool.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Whoa, that's cool. There's
Using
Lynette.
this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Lynette is so cute. I like the
It's actually
dead-eyed
quite
wave.
simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on,
He's hamming it
even
up.
air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Whoa. Wow, even Farina's
Are you
shocked.
still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Without clothes? Or does she have a new costume? New costume. She's not even wet. Although it's hard to tell, I guess, in Genshin art style. She's having a great time. That was fun. That was so fun.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Harlan didn't see him do anything!
The escape water trick, like those things are always like kind of stressful because I think people in the audience are like holding their breath sometimes because they're like, what if the magicians actually fuck it up, you know? I think it was like Penn and Teller, or rather Penn from Penn and Teller, who I'm pretty sure he talked about how there's fucking applause going throughout this entire thing. I'm pretty sure he talked about how like magic tricks like that look like they're dangerous, a good magician is gonna make sure there's like absolutely no risk to them, like zero, like, oh, I mean maybe not zero risk, everything has risk I guess, but like there's like, you know, there's so many safety measures in place that it's basically impossible for there to be actual real danger there, because like not just because they can't do it, you know, without that, but like the ethical implications, like morally it's wrong to be putting your life at risk in front of a crowd of people, because like not only might you know end your own life, but you would do it in front of so many people who would then forever be traumatized by it. Like that's a horrible thing to do to a group of people, and so even putting your life on the risk a little bit in front of that many people is kind of ethically wrong for magicians. So I try to, like, when I'm watching magic shows that have that sort of stuff, I try to remind myself of that while watching it so that I don't get too panicked. I'm not like, oh shit, oh fuck, what if something actually happens to them? I try to like remind myself, like, whatever's happening on stage, I just have to trust that like they know it is it would be horrible if this weren't like safer than anything.
Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking.
Mhm.
To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been
Yes, you're a good fucking audience member. I hate when people like are doing like watching magic and their intention is to try to figure out how the trick is being done. Like they're watching and they're going like, hang on, okay, so was he using sleight of hand there or whatever? Like, I mean, I guess like if you're a magic hobbyist or whatever and that's just like kind of fun for you, then then great. But if it like takes, sometimes it'll be like, oh no, I could see how he does it, so it's not that impressive to me. But it's like, it's, you were specifically trying or looking for those like moments and stuff, and just let yourself be captured by the show. The person put all of that effort into putting on the show. Fucking watch it, enjoy it.
That's right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Allow yourself to be shocked by it.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond
Cool animations.
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
Is it gonna be us?
Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
Cool.
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box.
This is really fun.
After 1 minute, we will
What a
each
fun
emerge
mission.
from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
I feel like there's also going to be something major going wrong here, like an actual murder or something, because I guess because I play a lot of Ace Attorney, and there's like several Ace Attorney cases which are like, oh, it's a magic show, but something goes wrong and someone dies or whatever. And so I'm always like, whenever I'm watching like an animated magic show, which like, because I'm normally watching Ace Attorney, and so then normally something goes wrong.
Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and
The
see.
lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector.
Oh, cool.
It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then.
What if it's like Farina? I don't know if she'll be counted being up on the top there.
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3.
Yeah, no.
Congratulations.
Some random
have
girl.
the chance to experience magic firsthand. Please come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Great.
To the magic box, there is one more thing
Genuinely
I need to ask the
nervous.
audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown like this? 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing
Oh
you
my
say
gosh. Yeah.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me.
60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58. That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52.
Paimon.
I am counting in my head. Things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy.
I love him. He's great.
Alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39.
38.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
It's all part of the show. Bang.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too? not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24!
I'm actually kind of nervous now.
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone.
Uh-huh.
It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
Oh, another cutscene.
Almost there now. Swapping
Excited
two
and
people is harder
nervous.
work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time.
Aw, Levine's so cute.
Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly.
5!
Aww.
Whoops! That doesn't count.
0!
Farina's having so much fun. And the audience member. Whoa! Oh my god! What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh my god!
Part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show.
Holy shit!
Still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
This is... Oh man, I got chills kind of from that.
The person
That's
who's in
kind
the
of
magic
horrifying.
box has been pronounced dead. His name is
Wow!
Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we're still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
Yeah.
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
Nowhere?
It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Oh!
The serial disappearances case?
She's another missing woman now. In front of an audience in the Archon, yeah.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Think about it. That whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right.
Oh, this has the potential to be my favorite Archon mission. He's a suspect at most.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well,
She was getting caught up in the dramatics.
talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna...
And she cares all about appearances, so she'll go with it.
And murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler.
What?
You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
Yeah, that's true. I trust him.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Fuck yes.
Well. The trial will be held.
This is all Ace Attorney shit now. I love it.
May investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House.
I love Ace Attorney. I love Danganronpa.
Once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone is dismissed as the audience begin to leave along with Farina and Nuevelet.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed
You'd be so afraid.
But now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
You'd be so afraid of performing, I feel like, after this. Like, after something like this happens at one of your
Good to hear.
shows.
Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance,
You
then
might
I
have to
need
tell me how
figure
your
out what they
tricks
did.
work.
Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been possible.
That's so funny.
Reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
I don't know about cool.
Used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
Aw, Lynette.
Good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I won't let you down.
Just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Is this gonna be one of those things where he's gonna be like, I can't reveal my secrets? Like, I'd be giving away my entire profession if I did that.
Oh, well. I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential
Yeah,
trade secrets as
even though it's a murder trial.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind
Okay,
our tricks is going
good.
to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the
Good,
truth
good,
behind
good,
what
good.
happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating area.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Oh, cool. It passed 6:30, so got my reset.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Wasn't the girl supposed to be there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank.
Mhm.
The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorney.
Actually, it was more New Everlet
No,
that
there's no such thing as
convinced
magic.
us to be his
The
attorney.
real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
That's not always
Sorry,
true.
I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good.
I appreciate it.
Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
I like that Paimon's still wearing those stupid fucking glasses. You use the case record. Whoa, that's a court record! Confirm the current evidence and clue collection. You can check as yet discovered evidence and clues in the case record and investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Using the perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself is to advance your overall progress. That's the fucking detective minigames! This is cool! The deceased is one of Lenny's assistants named Cowell. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. Okay. Well, let's examine the white line. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowell weren't inside... This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowell weren't inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged a falling water tank. Okay. Perception. Okay, there's something over here. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Yeah, I mean, it fucking shattered it.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
It was either Lenny didn't realize it was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Like a type of flash cotton.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
The rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being shown. The investigation has shown that the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material. Oh yeah, we got... Hell yeah, I already got all the encounters for the day. Just because I completed the thing just before time hit. I can't speak right now. Hello, Maurice.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Can you tell us who she was?
It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Halsey?
She wasn't a regular at the Opera House.
She's like Banksy?
Some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
That we could find.
Okay then.
Thank you.
Don't need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact her. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Well, the police in this city seem nice. Halsey is a missing person. She's a famous painter, but came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She's known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Lenny's magic troupe. This is awesome. Okay, nothing there. Quentin Tarantino, excuse me.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Ah,
See,
it chose
told
something on
you.
purpose.
What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
And?
Turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Gotcha.
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seats for us too.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Man, sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Yeah, of course, you need this information. Okay. Bling. Who is this cute cop? Hello? Are you single? Possibly? Because I'm not. Traveler's probably not single. I have so many girlfriends. looks like an ordinary box, but Lenny somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it? Greetings, Estildor.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too.
Yes, you are Clifford
If you find
Chapin.
any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
I wonder if Clifford Chapin... First of all, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing his name right. I say his name so much, but I never know if it's like Chapin or Chapin. But I wonder if he watched my videos, he would be annoyed at the fact that every time he voices a character, I point out that, oh, no, it's Clifford Chapin. Every single time. In every piece of media I watch, I say as soon as he pops up, that's Clifford Chapin. Because for me, he's got one of the most recognizable voices. And he also does a lot. Like, he does a lot in anime, but he also does stuff in, like, other video games and stuff. I remember he was in Spider-Man 2, the PS5 game. And while I was playing that, I was just, like, constantly hearing his voice and going, like, Clifford Chapin's in this scene. He likes to play a lot of side characters, and I shouldn't say likes to. Maybe he doesn't like it, but he does play a lot of side characters and random thugs and stuff.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that.
Oops.
When the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
That's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
Good.
That does remind
Good job
Hammer,
not
though.
like backing down when you are faced with evidence. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump, yeah. This is so much like an Ace Attorney case, it's crazy. Isn't this where her seat is? I thought the seat might have some evidence to it, but I guess not. But I can talk to my clients. Molly!
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Okay, I was trying to talk to Molly.
Lenny's still talking
Oh my
to the,
god.
I think some...
Benny?
Lenny's still talking
Oh my
to the-
gosh,
I think
okay.
someone...
Yeah, I can't do anything there. Got it. Alright, what else we got? I did all of that. Down by my seats. Nothing special here. Down on this side. Nothing special here. Over here, I already did all of that. I already checked in here, but just double checking. Got all of that. Did all of them. Did all of them. There's one more clue that I'm missing somewhere. Anyone up here? Nope. Anything out here?
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Navia?
You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
I love the music.
Right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
Spina di
Mediating
Rosula.
disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums. You name it. Spina di Rosula does it.
Okay.
And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Navia. Such a pretty
Those who
design.
play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
You want to investigate as well?
I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Good.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
I like this shot.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
I'm not suspicious of this. I think I get Farina, and I think she gets caught up in the moment. She went for it. Like, she was just like accusing the most possible suspect just because, it's a dramatic moment. And then as soon as it came time to, as soon as Neovalette were like, oh, whoa, okay, are you pressing charges? She's like, well, I don't think we need to be doing that. She immediately backed off, which makes me think like she just got caught up in the moment, but then she had to double down because everyone was there watching her. So I'm not suspicious of her. Yeah, there you go.
Remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from being
Okay, I'm glad they said it.
A trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Exactly what I said.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
True.
All right,
You're very reasonable,
I've answered your
Navia.
question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute. Did that answer count?
I say it does. But don't worry. You won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No.
And why would that be?
Yeah, it makes it easy. I see this one I don't care as much about, but yeah, the truth is what I care about.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent.
I love these guys.
How wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something in mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks.
Okay, we will be revealing Lily's tricks. We already agreed to it. But thanks. Appreciate it. Okay. Tristane.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
I get to see this design close up.
After the Chief Justice gave the order,
Cute.
everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge.
Look at the tail going.
At that time,
Cute.
I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck, but still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave.
I like this voice actor.
Are good at that sort of thing, you know.
Millicines.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
No one left the Opera House during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave. Okay.
That's everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
Yep, that event is ending. I already did everything for that event, I believe. That was like, a little, like, tower defense event. And yeah, I did all the stuff. Yeah, they both have ticks. I got all the stuff. Yeah. It's all good, see? I'm a bit of a pro. I think Genshin events are really fun. I mean, like, I guess by that, I don't necessarily mean the gameplay of them is always super fun. Like that one, that gameplay, the gameplay of that event, I liked the offense stuff. I didn't like the defense stuff very much. The defense stuff I thought was kind of a chore, but the offense stuff was fun. But also it was mostly fun because it was quick and I destroyed it, which is more satisfying. But overall, I just like that Genshin has events like that. And that there's like a lot of unique stuff that can happen in Genshin events. It's just fun to know that there might be cool stuff around the corner.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the fire.
I like that she gets like dramatic angles, like a lot of close-ups on her mouth and
I
stuff.
got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Okay.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
And this passageway linked the 2 boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
And what about your side of the trick?
You were talking that whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And you even came out for a moment near the end.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My
Oh?
assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what
Cool.
about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Gotcha.
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
That's cool. It's like the Prestige.
Wow. Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in.
Like, and since she
jumping
only
into the tunnel
goes
and
out for like
standing
half a
before the box on the
second,
trolley could finish ascending.
it makes you
And
think
then I walk out of the other box
know,
in the audience area.
that it
and
wasn't-
the trick would be complete.
that it was
The
him.
operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
Well, it had to have happened down here at some
This would
point.
have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict.
That animation of him going like
Thin
that.
air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
No problem. Very cool. Okay. To examine the ladder. A ladder is required in order to return the magic box above. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically.
What's this?
Looks like a hook.
Grappling
tied
hook.
To the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note.
Okay.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick?
Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down.
Okay.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
Mm.
Clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be
And
found.
then you didn't mention the guests having a wardrobe change.
And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Did the glasses always have swirls on them? Maybe. I just don't remember the swirls. I thought we could see Paimon's eyes through them. I thought they were like no frames. Okay. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. Designated. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must use this to execute their plan. And here's the big thing.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, this space would be too narrow.
Would it?
There are no other ways in or out of here.
And Linny and Lynette were in the two magic boxes.
You're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Return to the surface.
We're just about done investigating down here.
Yippee!
Let's head back up.
Yippee! Return to the surface level.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice will too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference.
Mhm.
Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
Yeah.
Yes,
Interesting.
The guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
But I have to go
Because
claim
we've
my
chosen to act
daily
as
commission
twin
rewards.
proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
There's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like a good idea.
No, look, her glasses are rimless. I mean, frameless now. Wait, not frameless. Lensless now. They're just frames.
Just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to
Yes.
meet Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
I like them. I like them a lot. Macarons.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking.
I was thinking that as well, but no, she
Doing the entire thing by yourself.
she wants to make them.
Egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
Silver is great.
Encouraging smile.
That's not what Paimon meant, but okay.
I was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
That's great,
Don't
Navia.
underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all the
Paimon, you're
sugar
so
to your
small. Macaron is the size of your
About the
head.
case on a sugar rush would.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Thank
No
you.
need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly. Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
We're left with 2 other people, the missing girl and the
The bass
deceased.
and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Maybe?
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked, I
That's
guess.
And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off.
Maybe there's some reason she knew.
Motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic
That's
Troop's
true.
members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3. Honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
Oh, she ate someone else's food.
Eating is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Everyone knows how much you love eating.
Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Maloose, set up the stove again if you would.
What if someone stole them?
What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
There's really no need to do that.
We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Wonderful.
It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial.
That's great. Can I leave?
It's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
Can I leave by fast traveling out of here? Because I've got... Well... But... But, I've gotta do stuff. I've gotta leave. Maybe I can just pause the game and I'll come back to it afterwards later tonight. Fine. See you then. Okay. It's time to continue this. I just went to basketball. I came back. I'm still not allowed to collect my rewards for my commission rewards until, you know, until I finish this quest and I'm able to get out of this place. I mean, it's possible that they will let me get out of this place, and that warning was like, hey, just so you know, it kind of breaks the immersion if you leave because you're not supposed to leave right now. It could be that's what that message was, but I didn't want to risk it. Let's participate in the trial. Let's defend our boy Linny.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Yeah, it's like Ace Attorney. You don't know who the killer is when you start the trial in any given day. You just, Danganronpa, you know? You just start, you know, picking apart the mysteries, and then eventually you'll get there.
Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
So does Farina serve as a prosecutor? Because I imagine Violette's like the judge. So I imagine Farina's the prosecutor. And then the oratrice is basically the jury making the final decision.
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Now, don't you all look disappointed? Tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed? That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence, but don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait!
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
Fuck yeah!
In order for the audience to understand the causes and results,
Please be a Phoenix Wright cross-examination
Mr.
minigame.
Linney explain the trick.
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Okay, Lynette's gonna have to walk all the way down there. Good, they skipped through the explanation. I'm glad they did that.
In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Well, and thus did
correct,
not.
Your
Not could not have necessarily.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Lenny is clearly
objection!
There's no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd,
This is
of
cool.
course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Linny not know about that sound?
Yeah, I'm sure you could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
Interesting.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
That's cool. Although this is also in one of the Ace Attorney games. In Great Ace Attorney, there are these scales that represent the jury's thoughts on the situation.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
House of the Hearth.
House of the Hearth?
They're Fatui. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, the funding that I was talking about before, but also, I mean, they talked about father, and I was pretty sure that that Arlecchino was Fatui. So I thought because they talked about a father.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Uh-oh. The Oratrice is deciding.
Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps
Cool
you could tell us
fucking
everything
transitions.
that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
Well, are you conflicted now?
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, I look flabbergasted. Now comes the infamous...
That's great, having a little ghost for Nina to show her feelings inside.
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Those preparations?
Hey, Lenny, why didn't you tell us this
Just like preparing that speech, or? Linny and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order!
Oh, she's so conflicted on that, because
Allow me
the
to
Fatui have
reestablish
fucked
the
us over a
facts.
lot.
Lady first,
Oops.
when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Linny has concealed his identity, this could have been set up beforehand. This is why, back in the old days, actors weren't allowed to, like, testify to, you know, murders and stuff, or, you know, any sort of court cases, because they were seen as professional liars, so people didn't trust them. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine along with other house operatives. There must be a scheme at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before. And now?
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Okay, those things are true.
I knew it.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor? My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be
Is
discussed.
that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall...
I love Neuvillette.
This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
He's so reasonable.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Oh gosh, I love all these characters. I think there's not a single character in these scenes that I don't love.
Well, this is...
I even love Linney. I didn't think I'd love Linney, but I
The
do.
Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon just knew where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vitui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset, but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you.
So you're saying Arlecchino is a good harbinger?
The truth
She's
is
got good
very
motives?
important, but being
I don't know what her
completely
motives are.
transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
I'll forgive Lynette for anything. Look at her. She's so sweet.
You both say that, but
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations,
Why do you want to know
we
that?
learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Oh.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the
Oh,
upper
this is
half basement
interesting.
via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
So the vent was
That
for
air vent
you.
was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
And what did you find?
Nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice, which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
Okay.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth.
Alright.
I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time.
That seems
It
legit.
was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
You decide! I believe in the facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. I believe judgment will be dispensed as it should. That's a good answer.
Okay, thank you.
Like, give them the best
Thanks for
defense you
giving us a
can.
chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Then he claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice core upon entering the tunnel, did not witness the crime taking place, and thus did not hear the thud. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses the Oratrice core within the Opera House's underground structures. I heard a mysterious voice when I came up to the Opera House at first. I don't know if it's the same thing, but just putting it out there. The brief adjournment ends and the nail-biting trial reconvenes.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
I love the points. It's so Phoenix Wright. Based on the opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The Oratrice will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. Oh my gosh, it's just like in Danganronpa, like creating the... It feels like creating the comic book at the end of Danganronpa case.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box.
This feels
and got into an
Danganronpa
altercation
inspired.
with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Okay, what happened to the girl?
And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Nothing immediately stood out to me.
Is the order of events.
I have to be
What he
quiet.
experienced and what he saw.
I always have to listen to any Lumine voice lines closely, because we don't get many of them. Okay. So, Linny entered the tunnel as the countdown began. The loud sound was from Linny and Halsey's fight, but Linny claimed that he heard nothing in order to cover the truth up. Linny knocked Halsey out using the vase and removed her clothes to prevent her from being identified. However, was Linny really in the tunnel at the time? Cowell walked in on Linny, so the latter knocked him out with the vase, leading to the victim's death. Yep. The existing evidence indicates that when Linny returned to the tunnel, the crime had already taken place, and all Linny saw was... Okay. A meticulously designed magic prop activated, causing the water tank to crash down and make everything seem like an accident. Alright, well, let's just look first. Linny claims that he heard the chamber. Wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, I just need to take this slowly because I'm gonna panic. Lenny knocked Halsey out using the vase and removed her clothes to prevent her from being identified. Was Lenny really in the tunnel at the time? Upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. No one left the opera house during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those had their identity cleared by the guards could leave. Yeah, so where'd she go? He claims to have heard a mysterious voice. The clothes who belonged to the lady we were missing were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump. I mean, there's this statement, but it's not really proof. This is just my defendant says nah. But entered the tunnel as the countdown began. I mean, that makes sense. Okay. No one left the opera house during the magic show. Voice. Alright, well, let's try this. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
This is actually kind of tough because I don't know, like, where... Like, this seems to actually, like, make sense. I don't feel like I've got, like, strong evidence against it, you know? Like... Because he claims he wasn't there, but... Yeah, that's not a good rebuttal. I agree. I agree about that. I mean... Is there something about, like... Can I talk about the fact that, like, where did she go, you know? Like, no one left entrances and exits, like... What about here? Can I do it here? No, really? Okay, well, I'll just go through everything one by one, I guess. That sound was from the Lenny and Halsey fight, but Lenny claimed he heard nothing in order to cover the truth up. Audible thump. This is extremely difficult. Let's try this. Okay.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Mm-hmm. So I think I'm answering the blue text. Yeah. So I think maybe I'm just piecing this together for myself. That's the idea. Was Lenny really in the tunnel at that time? Well, okay, I already tried that. There we
Lily
go.
went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
All right. Okay. So there's only a few left, right? Loud sound was from the thing, and he didn't hear the thud.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
There we go.
Attention!
Okay.
This Detective Paimon has something to say. When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel.
So we're just putting together our story there. I think I was thinking of that as a different thing. I think I was thinking of that as if it were a cross-examination in Phoenix Wright. But really, it was like I'm putting together what the story, or like basically what actually happened, what the story that we're telling is, which is a different thing. I wasn't trying to point out contradictions in it necessarily.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Okay. All right. Scales are tipping back a bit, but they're probably not tipping back in the actual oratories. Probably just in that visual.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The on-stage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Linny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill?
Very good point.
What you say is true. Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
That's so true.
They have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claim?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Oh, wow. What is the evidence that Lenny wasn't in the tunnel when the trial took place? Okay. Information about Halsey. There's an audible thump. No one left. Irrelevant. So it's one of those three, or... Yeah, it's one of those three. This is a cool section, though. I like this. Evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel. Well, I don't think it's this, so it's between these two. There was a thump. And no one left. So I think it's got to be the thump.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent.
It's not great evidence, though, because it's just...
His alibi has now become the proof. How do you like that?
Well played.
To think you'd use such
I like these sequences.
Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then Then who was it?
I don't know. The murderer was... What the heck? Are we figuring it out now? Select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers to fill all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you've made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you've answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cal in the box below. If Lenny is no longer under suspicion, only the other members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interactions. The clothes belonged to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Who was the only person who could have possibly committed the crime? So that's the victim. That's the other victim. That's the kidnapped victim. So
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
Well, her clothes are gone. So I'd also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Well, the problem is, if only the members of the troupe are able to do that, then it's gotta be Cowell. He's the only one who can do it, right? Hypothesis correct. Very nice. It's one of those situations. He was probably trying to kill someone else or something.
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
I love hearing her voice. Okay. How can we envisage Lenny as having been unable to interfere with the crime? Whew. Man, this is taking a lot out of my brain. Okay. How can we envisage Lenny? What a confusing way to write that sentence. How can we envisage Lenny as having been unable to interfere with the crime? Jesus.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lenny as well. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
I'm actually just going through all these because I want to hear the voice acting.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
What was this one again?
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Okay.
Lenny was not
Well,
in the tunnel at that moment.
if it's about being unable to, surely it's that. How can I prove that there was an altercation in the tunnel?
The sound we heard may have come from
This. Who is the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name
Cow.
Cow? Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the opera house through its. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
I don't know
The
then.
sound we heard may have.
I don't know. If they can't go through the vent.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances.
Well, I don't know where she went then. That's the big question. If she couldn't go through the vent because she would have bumped into Linny.
Linny was not in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Can I put that there? Oh, yeah, it's the clothing one, yeah. Where did the missing Halsey go? Alright, well, let's try the vent. Oh, it's not that. Okay, well.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances.
Now, I wonder... What? That was the only option it gave me. The criminal must have understood the methods behind Linny's magic trick and must... Oh, fuck. I couldn't stop it in time. Leaving aside how he died, Cow had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cow and Halsey struggling. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cow to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteed that they would have been discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble
Okay,
figuring things
so
out?
we were supposed to get it wrong, I think. Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is.
Well, you guys don't know where Halsey went either.
And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water.
Escaping from the water tank. Wait, could it have been the water?
Excuse my
The water?
interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Is this why she got rid of the clothes? Because she was like going in the water or something? What was like she didn't want them to get wet? Or
If
what?
the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next
Or he
stage
was
of the
putting
trial.
her in the... I don't know. Hold it!
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Where did the missing Halsey
The
go?
vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
The water. So her costume was wet. So she took it off and then or he took it off her or something. Someone took it off and then broke the vase to make it look like the vase was full of water, but actually it was wet because they were in the water tank? That's as far as I've got.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here.
I request that we
Not some
examine
magic trick.
Cow's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all
I like these
sorts of
creative
harebrained
shots.
schemes when
Well,
at the end of
creative.
their rope.
It's just they put a line down the middle, but I like it.
Your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part.
Nevertheless, don't you mean nevertheless? Nevertheless.
Impasse. I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
After some time, a guard returns with news.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
Oh.
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen.
Oh my
as some
god.
sort of test
This is
subject.
some heavy evidence
As
that we
such,
just found on
believe
his
that the
body.
defense's hypothesis is,
Or on
in
his
fact,
belongings.
supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding. People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Oh.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues.
True.
Still,
I respect it.
Let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all.
I forgot about that.
Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Who's the prime suspect?
The deceased's name
Still him. What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the disillusion?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick.
The timing?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Is this controlling the timing? Or is it
Now
this?
It seems like the hook rope.
I'm gonna try the special rope, I guess. Like using it like a fuse. What item did the culprit use to dissolve
The water from the
Halsey?
primordial
The water. It is to hide the mechanism behind the crime.
I remember there was something up. Lynette was in the magic box on.
Hide the mechanism behind the
Now it seems
crime?
like the hook.
This is all wrong. Yeah, okay. Those two are wrong. So control the timing is maybe this one. And then this one is maybe to hide the mechanism? No, the rope's wrong. I'm getting close. Hide the mechanism.
Lynette was in the magic.
I think it's this one. There was something else. Got it. Whew.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target.
Mm-hmm.
When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Containing Halsey was lowered. Yep. The metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. Okay, I am starting to understand.
Attached to the box popped. The water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh yeah. Oratrice is getting more to our side.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Well, I'm glad to hear this is how she's thinking.
What a humiliation.
There's not many cases where we get to see what other people are thinking.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention
Is there
the exact
any
circumstances that led to Cal's death.
Is there any situation in this game so far that we've been able to see what other people are thinking?
His notes mentioned he had an
Sometimes we hear them
accomplice
whisper to
related
themselves
the
or whatever.
situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Okay.
What? That can't be.
Right.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound
That seems like it's
you.
easy to plant though, right?
Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
So cool.
He did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent, having made modifications to the props beforehand. His accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
All
Am I
right.
Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
Uh-oh.
Is this the end of the road?
Ruh-roh.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
She's a great voice actress.
Now then,
She's
my
so...
good, noble
I get so
Chief
drawn in when she
Justice,
speaks.
Should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone.
Oh!
I must interject.
Navia!
I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic, I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense,
I don't know, but I'm
miss,
interested.
Miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion.
I love every character in this scene.
Can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
And voila! Oh shit!
Sorry for the interruption.
I just spent the last day as water.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
Oh my gosh.
What? Why? Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. And I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Okay.
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller. But I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago.
Wait.
And I barely got away.
Wait.
Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Whoa, this is the thief girl? I didn't recognize her. I didn't recognize her. I'm so dumb.
Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought
That's
it
why
was
she
on
did
to
the
me for
laugh, little nervous
so
laugh.
I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out
Gotcha.
after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
If they're a practiced hand at concealment,
But I swear,
yeah.
I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
We need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
This is what a twist. Okay, I like it. All right, let's look for. There's probably blue text. There we go. And how would Halsey have reacted? Okay, so Cal planned to use the prepared apparatuses for the magic tricks to dissolve Halsey inside the magic box. As Halsey had appeared completely unharmed before all of our eyes, Farina's conjecture no longer holds water. And how would Halsey have reacted when the water from the primordial sea suddenly began to trickle in? Hang on, I'll come back to that. As Halsey, he wanted all the credit and the glory and wanted to get rid of his partners. As Halsey has been completely unarmed before all of our eyes, Farina's conjecture no longer holds water, but there is evidence proving that a fight did indeed break out in the tunnel. Yes. Okay. So this is using the vase. Yeah.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowl.
Okay. After the fight, what did she do? She put him in the box, which is what the thump... Oh, no, okay. She took off her wet clothes. Wait, is that what it is? She took off her wet clothes. Yeah, there you go.
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
Maybe she should have hidden her clothes better. Okay, and how would Halsey have reacted when the water suddenly began to trickle in? Thump. She fucked off.
Wasn't from a fight.
Yeah.
It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Got it. Got it. Understood. Paimon, relax.
Selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard.
Alright.
Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Stealing a ticket that was for an assigned person when who's supposed to be in that seat is well documented is not a great idea. Because if that person was like, oh, my ticket was stolen, then they'll go, okay, we'll just wait for who shows up to use the ticket, and then they'll be prime suspect number one. If they show up and go, my name's Halsey, then we go, okay, well, you're going to jail.
Knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right
Oh!
What a sneaky thief.
That's how that ties in.
All the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
People love the twist ending.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's
Do you have anything left?
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that.
I love
Like
this.
a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
Oh my
The
gosh,
actual
it is gonna be like
perpetrator of the
Danganronpa.
Serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To
Mhm.
cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box. and stuck it to the box's lid.
Mhm.
Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according
That's
to her
crazy.
own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house.
Well, thank God he
As for
died
Winnie,
and not
he was in the underground
anyone
structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant
who
of
is
these
innocent.
happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Fuck yeah! But you have to go to the
While there is much
Oratrice.
in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice
Here
to
we
make
go.
the final decision.
Oratrice Mechanist Annalise Cardinal. Make the decision. .404. Page
Linny
not
and
found.
Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Yay!
Great work, partners.
Thank you all.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet. Why?
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but
I
false
just assumed it was
evidence that
planted.
you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Mm.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
A duel.
Speak quickly, unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the
True. Neverland's so cool.
Yes. I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
As a drug?
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Oh, God. I thought something might happen to him, but I didn't know he'd turn into water.
Now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Oh my gosh. Nothing is found on the scene apart from the liquid left behind after Vaughn dissolved.
So, we're just going back now?
What else are we gonna do? We're not needed here anymore.
That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Do you want to give us a goodbye kiss? Are we still mad at you because of the Fatui stuff?
I know you may not want to speak to me right now.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't even want to look at me, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused.
Yes. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time.
I like Linny.
As for
I want
why
us
I'm a
to...
Fatous, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the
Otets.
Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave.
Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
Got it.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any
That's
rate.
what I was thinking.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is.
That pisses me off.
But wouldn't Fontaine's laws...
Ooh, man.
As far as outsiders
that
are
made
concerned,
me angry.
This is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Villains.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
Oh, that's
She had
fucking
rescued
awesome.
my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Oh.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her.
This is really interesting because I don't know where this is gonna
She
go,
was also quick to destroy
but I
the
love
noble who
it.
had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Saritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine, and we will always defend our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
These options make me sad, but I'm just gonna say I'm sorry, even though it's the same thing. This isn't two options. This is just they're both the same line. But I'm gonna say I'm sorry and pretend that I just said I'm sorry.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you. As plain Linny.
I understand.
Bye, Linny.
Oh man. We gonna see Navia? Yeah.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
I'm sorry, Navia.
What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Linny. I wasn't necessarily looking into the serial disappearance cases.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see.
Aww.
I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you
Oh, she's disappointed. That actually hurts my heart.
Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
Gosh.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire.
This
causing
Archon
new
quest
hope
is
to
making me
spring
feel a
forth,
lot.
And the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Let's go have that meal then.
Twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Chapter 4, Act 1 complete. Well, I think I can very confidently say I just finished my favorite Archon quest in the game. That Chapter 4, Act 1, that scratched every itch for me. That was amazing. I really, really loved that. Like, if I'm thinking of my favorite quests in the game, my favorite Archon quests in the game, right? I'm thinking of, I'm thinking of, I think, Chapter 3, like the Samsara Festival in Chapter 3 was a great quest. But, you know, that was still a lot of, like, information gathering and like, it was cool and interesting, but, you know, there were things that I loved about it and things that I just found alright, but I really loved the overall story of that. And then there's Chapter 3, Act 5, which I just thought was really awesome from start to finish, but was very long, and there were some bits of it that felt like they dragged a bit. But this quest, holy shit, I cannot think of a single moment in this quest that I wasn't fully engaged in, that I wasn't really, really interested in. I loved every moment of this damn quest. It was fun, it was unique, its theming was awesome, and every single character we met was incredible. Really, really great. I'm so happy with that. I'm so happy with that quest. I'm so giddy right now. Because that was truly just the fucking greatest. So, yeah, anyway. I think I'll stop. I'll stop. I won't do any more Archon quests right now because I don't want to, like, start another Archon quest since I'm riding the high of that one, you know, I want to like take some time to take that one in and enjoy it. So I'll play some Genshin, like just bit defeating bosses and grinding for stuff right now instead. Because yeah, that was fucking fantastic. That was so, I don't even know how long that was, and I don't really care. Like it worked so well for me. I think it was, let me see. Okay, so that's a 60-minute sort of video, right? And then I have that, which is 2 hours. So that's 3 hours plus this one. So I think that was about 4 hours. 4 hours and a bit, that whole quest. Which I think generally, you know, that's on the slightly longer side of Archon quests, I feel like. It's not the longest one, but it's, you know, it's not the shortest either. And yet, again, did not feel like it. It fucking... Oh, I really loved that. I can't wait to do more of this chapter. I love the setup they've done for Arlecchino as well, because I know I'm going to love Arlecchino as a character, and I can't wait to fucking build her up and make her stronger as well. But, I mean, after this quest, I want to build Lynette as well. I really love Lynette. She's so sweet. She's so great. Anything that I want to, like, hear from her?
Go to sleep. I still have some loose ends to tie up from work today. I still have to fix the vacuum cleaner I broke.
I love her voice. Her telling me to go to sleep.
My perception has been heightened.
Okay.
Pry open the shells, squeeze a bit of lemon juice onto the fresh
Ugh,
shellfish.
that's not my favorite food.
No plate necessary. Perfection. Dishes should not be over-seasoned. Good food preserves the original taste of the ingredients.
Oh, man.
Tea is ready. Now it's time for a short rest. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Entering standby mode. I hope nobody disturbs me.
Man. I'm so happy. Okay, anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye. Okay, what's up? We are back with more Genshin. We're going to be continuing the Archon quests. We're moving into Act 2, and Act 1 of Chapter 4 was incredible. Genuinely my favorite Archon quest in the game. So let's see how Act 2 goes. We're going into Hotel Decor, or however it's pronounced, to meet up with Navia. Which I did see one of the like lines, the Aquabus lines is named after her, which I thought was fun.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
You're so sweet, Navia. Like, I like her brand of pretentious sweet.
So good.
It's cool.
People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
Yeah. Sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
It was certainly worth celebrating.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women. but we still don't know what they are really
Yeah, it's a pretty fucked up plan.
Happened right in front of us. Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
And it's only people from Fontaine, right?
We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing.
Highfalutin.
That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydra Archon for more information.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance
But
today.
she seems interested in us.
We've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Maybe?
Lady Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending.
What?
In order to finish watching the play.
That's crazy. What a weird plan.
This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
I know how to act.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
I like her plan so far.
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
That's what I'm thinking.
That if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a try.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot.
I'd love to.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and
Yeah, I mean, the cup's closer to her than it is to
Would you
you.
like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
My drink also tasted that way. Oh no.
Well,
Is there a
in
reason?
that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Oh no, was there something that we just drank that was bad? Did we just get roofied? What's it loading here? Another scene? A cutscene? What? You could try walking, you know?
Normal. You know, like you.
I feel like Paimon walking would be really creepy to look at.
Expenses this month, we're left with... Huh.
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina
Is she
team
going
can't
broke?
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia.
Bye, Navia.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine...
Look at her
you're always
fucking
welcome to
outfit.
contact
It's so
the Spina di
gorgeous.
Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
Although I feel so bad for cosplayers. Look at all
in any
that shit.
case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
There's so much shit on that costume. If you love that character and you, yay, Act 2. If you love that and you try to make that costume, oh my god. It would be so difficult. Okay, go to the Fountain Plaza in front of the Opera House. So now we're trying to just quickly catch Lady Farina where we can. Just almost kicked a child. A light novelist. Nice.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
It's still talking.
Looks like we're back here again, huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice.
Oh.
Calling for Vache, right?
Okay, she can hear it.
Stop walking. Come on, wake up.
Oh. It's, yeah, like the Oceanid. Where's this?
Are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
Who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
Oh. Man, I know this isn't the time, but Traveler's facial expressions, I always love them. Something about that wide-eyed look, it's really cool.
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
You lost your form.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water.
Oh, so you were dissolved.
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
So you need me to find him?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So
Succor?
let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache,
Tell him not to look for me.
Aww.
Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
Yeah, it'll be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great...
That's what I was thinking. Is Vache the one who dissolved you? What if Vache is the one who did this? He, like, used to, you know, seduce a bunch of young women and then dissolve them.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Okay. I feel like we're gonna arrest Vache if we see him, because I'm suspecting him. Oh, it's a cutscene though. What the fuck is going... What the fuck? What the fuck happened? Well, this is awesome. I love... Whoa!
Demoiselle, look out!
Why are we being attacked?
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
So why are the Gardamex attacking us? Oh, Chlorend.
Chlorand?
Is she defending us? I thought for a second she was controlling the Gardamex. But no. Is she just gonna zip, 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 zip through them?
Quick,
like a zigzag pattern? Oh, she's cool. Oh! She did zigzag through them, I like that. Oh, she's so cool. I'm so glad I unlocked her character, Claudend. I can't wait to level her up till she's strong enough. Fucking awesome cutscene. Wow.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge
I'm
is
so
actually
dizzy.
called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I
Hmm.
will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father.
Your father? Okay.
I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Corand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
Her whatever was
I
very
don't
good
know
voice
much more
acting.
than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago.
Hmm.
They are not the ones used by the
Okay,
authorities to
that
enforce
answers
the
my
law.
question.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
Damn.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wit. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Good day, Clarand. I really like you.
Right.
I mean, your character is very simple,
Best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle,
but
I
you have
believe
style.
that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Ugh. Who was that? Oh yeah, Traveler doesn't really know her.
Paimon thought we were done for. Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us.
Come on. It's on auto. There you go.
That champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too. We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Oh?
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said, that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors.
Okay.
So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So what?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh.
Yes. So if you hadn't
She...
drunk that cup...
Navia would have fucking dissolved.
Rosula is preparing the
Oh,
grandest of
shit.
awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Jeez.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Oh,
We know too much.
caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
The ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
Maybe.
Doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall
Oh
we?
yeah, that's why Paimon could hear the voice a little bit. And before we were good with, because she before had like no connection to the hydro, and then she got a little bit of it. But then we had, you know, connection to hydro, and then we drank the thing, and then we had a lot, and that's why we could talk to the Oceanid like properly, face to face. So interesting.
Oh, that is important.
I really like this mystery and
Vache.
this
That
storyline.
name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene, but he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
We should try searching for him.
Thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
You mean us too, right?
You mean you'll help us investigate?
Oh, she's so happy.
Say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners.
Oh, cute.
Besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not
I
to
love
request
Traveler's
it, please.
pride.
You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Awesome. This is bloody awesome.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue travel.
Yeehaw! Oh. This isn't as nice as I thought it would be. 200 Mora and 1 potato. I mean, those aren't even worth clicking F on. What was that? Oh, it's a lizard. Man, just a fucking weird sewer system. There are children down here? Alright. Well, we need to go and activate this fast travel station. Hell yes. I want to activate it before it... I mean... Oh, okay, well... I didn't, but it's fine. So cool. I actually really love those little spots that like take a picture. What I do wish though is that it had a button that said save photo at the bottom there and you could save it. Because I actually want those screenshots that they give me. But they don't save them. What the fuck? What are you? Hello? Great. Cool. Okay. Let's go down and talk to Melius. Meow.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little
That's why she was
tight
nervous
lately.
about the bill before.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering.
Well, that's good.
In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right?
Careful, this is a sore subject.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And
okay.
as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful.
The Unfaithful? Did he cheat on his
3
wife?
years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist ring.
Oh.
Oh no.
Interesting.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it,
Did he throw the duel?
even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender.
Oh.
Determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that.
Yeah.
How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Bam! I'm looking up Navia's voice actor. She's won me over. There's certain moments where I go, yep, I like this person enough that I need to know who does it. It is Brenna Larson. I have not heard of her name. When I put her into Google, it immediately came up with singer. Let's find out about her because she's great. Brenna Louise Larson is an American actress, voice actress, and singer. She's known for voicing Navia in Genshin Impact. Let's see what else she's in. She's in Honkai Star Rail. I cannot wait to play Honkai Star Rail. Octopath Traveler 2. I played a bit of the first Octopath Traveler game, and at the time, I didn't enjoy it. But I kind of want to go back to it one day and see if I do enjoy it. But apparently, Octopath Traveler 2 fixes some of the problems that the first game had, so I would maybe just try 2. Well, I don't know who she is. I don't recognize any of her parts. But I mean, she's pretty and she's a great voice actress. What more could you need? I'm just quickly looking through her IMDb now because there's a few more things on there. Oh, she's Guillaume Hall in Master Detective Archives Raincode. I feel like, because I've played Master Detective Archives Raincode, which one's Guillaume Hall? Oh, her! Oh, she did great in that game. She did very well in that game, because I played Master Detective Archives Raincode on this channel, or on the Gent Watches More channel. I haven't finished the game yet, and I'm so busy that I don't have much time to go back to that game as of right now, but I would like to. Well, anyway, so I know her from one thing. I know her from exactly one thing, but she's great. She's doing a great job in this role. She's owning it. All right, let's continue. I like finding new voice actors, though. It's nice.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth.
I'm so attached to you, Navia.
If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
I have this, like, I'm smiling at this scene. I've said this before in different things. Sometimes when I smile at things like this, it's not a smile of like I recognize this is a sad scene. I'm not smiling at the situation. I'm smiling because I'm really enjoying it. Sometimes I'm watching a really like a sad scene or a good motivation or a really good setup, and I can't help but just watch it and smile because I feel this excitement inside me for how much I'm enjoying the way the story's coming together. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful.
Yeah, you fuck one sheep.
And even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like
But I feel like being from Fontaine
people love watching the evil
adds
turn
to
over
that.
a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Cloran.
Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
I don't think that's super fair. I mean, it's her job to do the duels, and apparently she injured him and he still didn't surrender, so she had to do it, you know? Like, he had a chance and she probably gave him that chance. I imagine she purposefully, you know, she purposefully didn't kill him in one strike or whatever to give him a chance to give up. And he didn't. So I don't think that's fair to say that she was the one to kill him, even if technically she was.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Cloran has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
I think that's fair.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you
Because
feel.
Navia wasn't she also wasn't a bitch to Clorent, which I appreciate as well.
Afterward, Miss Cloran told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
I do like that, like, in that previous scene, like, Navia was a little irritated with Clorand, but, like, she was also being kind to her and did thank her, you know? She didn't go, like, we didn't need your help or whatever. She did say, like, well, thank you for saving us, but blah, 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 which I really appreciate. That's good for your character, Navia. You're very reasonable, because it is reasonable to still have odd feelings because she did strike your father down.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's all right.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's beat.
Like your father, who was beat in the dueling ring.
We will ensure you rest soundly.
Amazing. Amazing. Alright. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. I just, we had a little bit of cheese left over and I just cut it into little cubes that I will be consuming for, sustenance. Peaceful night passes under the Spina de... Okay.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday
regarding
the name Vache.
Got some good info?
So you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence?
Yeah, I mean, this is like a life's work right now.
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
I think Vache is the one who did it, and he wiped himself because he didn't want people finding out about him.
There is one ray of hope, one place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Nuvianet. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one
It's
of the
pronounced
young women who went missing
Oceanid?
recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Nervalette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
I would love to. What?
Aren't you coming along, Navia?
Does she not
Did you get tired?
like to talk to him?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Oh, she's still gonna come do it. Okay. I am excited to talk to Nervalette because I love him so much. I love Nervalette. I love Nervalette. Also,
Palais
let's...
is right up ahead. Come on.
Well, actually, before I do that, first I want to do this. Go to the statue. Going to worship it. Offer 8 hydroculuses. We're almost one level up on that. But then I'm also going to go back here because I'm going to hand in my commissions for the day. Hello, Catherine. Add Astra Abyssesque.
Thank you for.
Here you go. Wonderful. Wonderful. Claim that. Battle Pass level 24. I haven't purchased the Battle Pass because I'm unsure. I feel like I am going to purchase it, but I'm waiting. Because I don't think there's any disadvantage to buying it later. Like, I don't think you get any... I mean, other than the fact that you get all this stuff earlier, which you could then use to help you do the later stuff. But, like, I'm not in dire need of this stuff right now. I would love it, but I'm not in dire need of it right now. So, I mean, I'm basically going to make sure I at least get to 30, but you know, if I get up to 50, then I'll probably definitely buy it. Not probably, no, I'll probably buy it. I'm not going to go up to definitely. But I'm almost definitely going to get up there, I feel like, because I'm playing Genshin so much and I'm logging in every day. But sometimes I think that and then I miss it. I'm like stop playing it for a couple days and then I fall so behind and I never go back to it, which is always sucks when that happens. So I'm being careful with my money. Okay. Chief Justice, I'm here to speak with you. Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
You've got an interesting voice. It's like partly old woman, part cutesy.
Proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related
I like
to.
these little,
Our rules
I forgot what they're called. They keep saying what they are.
They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy. So please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through.
Damn, that's all it took?
Just inside.
Thanks so much.
Is Nervalet gonna be mad that we just like came into his office without a meeting or anything?
Please come in.
Oh. Hello, sir. Do you want a kiss? I don't normally say that to men, so.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right.
Oh,
let me know how
he's
I
fine
may
with
be
it.
of assistance to you.
He's fucking awesome.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
I absolutely love him. We said, sorry, we lied to get in. And he's like, oh, it's all right. What do you need? Like,
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
yeah. Oh man. I adore him.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Back to square one.
What if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Nervalet. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Aw.
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
Oh.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Nervalet? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy?
She's got a little bit of
Or just
bitterness because he's probably the
express
one
some
who
tendril of
sentenced.
regret?
Well, he would have been the one to
No.
sentence him to death.
You are not trying
Well,
to do any of that.
Not really, but.
I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
Yeah, but
If
it's
you
his
truly
job.
regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you?
Oh, the
give me
tears
power
running
to
down her
stop him
face.
from throwing his life away. Why did you just let him die, despised and
Hmm.
hated by all?
Maybe you could have stopped the duel
Was
before he
hanging on a
died.
thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
Oh, he looked
I'm
away.
sorry, Miss Navia.
Oh, he's
You
trying to
and my
maintain eye
father
contact.
Are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Oh my god. Oh. Loved that scene. Did they get fucking Shakespeare to write chapter 4? Like, I say that, I don't even like Shakespeare, but like, I'm just trying to think of like, you know, someone who's accepted as like a fantastic, incredible, all-time writer.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
Yeah, I can tell, it's getting on my face.
Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Sometimes it just rains.
How could I think of
Sometimes
it?
rain just
On
happens.
the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Does that tie in?
What is it? Did you think of something?
Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Wait.
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius in my partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Is Poisson named after like Poseidon?
By yourself later.
Let's do it now.
Great. Let's go then.
I'm gonna continue this mission. I imagine that's what it was asking. Like, do you want to just continue the mission now, or do you want to play some other quests? We're here. How the flip? Hang on.
Speed of light.
Okay. Here we go. Come on. No. Okay, thank God. Got it. Meow. Poisson. Croissant.
Whoa, what a huge ship!
Oh.
Why would a ship be anchored at a place like
Yeah,
this?
I went here.
There's no need
Off
to
camera.
be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
So I already
It was the
know
one
what
who
this
asked
looks
for it to be
like.
built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you like it. Sorry about that.
Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
All right. Poisson. Welcome to Poisson. Fontaine is French inspired, I imagine, right? In the same way that Inazuma is Japanese inspired. And I don't know, the inspiration for other places. Is Liyue supposed to be China? Mondstadt, I don't know. Mondstadt sounds like European, somewhere in Europe. But I don't know. And Sumeru, like East Asian or something? I don't know. I'm bad with geography. Don't ask me. But it seems like Fontaine is France inspired. I mean, that music that was just playing was very French, actually. And all of these names.
Melus, we're back.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and
Oh yeah, well, right, demoiselle. Yeah, it's absolutely French.
You still have some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Tell us a bit more about what happened before.
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
Synth.
At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea.
Yep.
If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques.
Jacques?
He felt greatly ashamed
Well,
about his
it, was,
work after seeing
it wasn't
many
clear it
families
was
destroyed
French
by
inspired until
savages.
then. That's the most French name in the world.
That
Jacques.
night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. We planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious.
but neither appeared to have any motive at all.
Yep.
Looking back on it, though,
Very much like it.
I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
It's also possible that the third person was to
You're
blame.
right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an
It's interesting that this is a whole, like, this chapter so far is just a big detective game.
It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives.
Is he saying don't be reckless?
There's no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed.
Yeah, it seems
Do you
shitty.
think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly?
Ooh,
I've never
harsh,
accepted that.
but
Ever.
true.
Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
You go, girl.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and
Romantic
more
partner.
importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose.
Yes, I do.
Ooh.
In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target.
Oh.
What?
Shit.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no
Oh.
more than 5 years left to live, and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5
Shit.
years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public.
Oh,
If something
shit.
were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Except the other day when we drank primordial water
appeared to look sick to
on her
me.
behalf.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect.
She's not going to be satisfied with
I'm
that, I
afraid you're
don't
not
think.
understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword.
That's a
If
cool line.
Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand.
Oh, she's crying again.
Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah.
That's
I
true.
suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just.
That's
lived
very
out my
true.
life
That's a good
without care in
reason.
the world.
I like that
But
reason.
thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced.
Mm.
Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters will be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full
Yeah, start a war for no reason.
In that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice, but things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all.
I like
I
Malus.
live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
It's not your other
Announced
butler, is
orders
it?
To the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people.
Nice.
The first is Florent, Spina di
Florent.
Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel. The head of
Marcel.
Confrérie
Which one
of
is the
Cabrières.
Marcel? The glasses one? I imagine.
Uncle Marcel.
What's this confrère?
It's a guild in Poisson. The boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the
Thierry.
man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authority. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most.
Well,
it's almost too hard to believe.
You gotta do one of those things where you you make a plan and you tell all three of those people a slightly different modification of the plan. Like, oh, if you, we're planning to attack left base, and then say to the next person, we're planning to attack middle base, and to this one, we're planning to attack right base, and whichever one they defend heavily, we're like, well, that's the traitor. We can see because they all defended right base, so it's the third person.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is...
Yeah, but you can't be too suspicious about your trap.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
If they want to see us.
You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Okay. Well, it gave us, since it's started a new case record, does that mean this game, this act is gonna have another trial? I mean, I'm kind of excited about that. Not even because I think that the minigame is necessarily, incredible or anything. The minigame, I think, actually could use a bit of work. But, I don't care, because I love Ace Attorney games. And it's basically just an Ace Attorney game. So, I'm pretty happy about that. I play Ace Attorney, with some friends. We have Ace Attorney days where we get together and we're playing through the Ace Attorney games with, there's 3 of us and 2 of us have played the games and 1 of my friends hasn't, and so he's playing the game while me and my other friend sit back and she and I do the voices for the characters in the game, and it's a lot of fun. And we had to put it on break because one of them had exams and she was having to focus on studying and education and such. But on Monday we're doing it again, and I'm so excited because I love Ace Attorney and I can't wait to get back into it. And so it's great that I'm sort of practicing by doing this.
It is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Oh,
Thank you for
the girl looks like she's standing behind her mother. That's classic adorable behavior. Hiding behind your mother.
Excuse me, miss.
Look at that.
Do you need anything from us?
Adele.
Hey, Navia's all quiet.
She's probably ashamed.
This isn't like her at all.
Because theoretically, because her father was accused of murdering this person's wife / father. No, a husband / father. So, this is her talking to them is a parallel of her talking to Neuvillette or Clorend.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Oh.
After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the 2 of you.
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
Oh, that's a sweet response.
Aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
Well, yes, but...
I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful. Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Someone ordered Jacques to take out Callis?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he
5 female characters in this scene.
It was likely in self-defense.
That's one way to get me emotional.
For what he had done.
But Mama,
with different levels of emotional investment.
If he did the right thing, Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah. Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
The voice actor.
Thank you for everything you've
The
told
way
me.
she's struggling through saying that, I love
will
it.
definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is very similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Oh man, I can't keep tearing up and crying at every conversation in this fucking quest.
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Oh,
The garage should be nearby.
Lord.
And we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way. So please don't worry.
Oh my goodness. Whew.
Greetings, boss.
Alright, are you a traitor? Are you a traitor?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside. And we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us.
Traveler and Paimon are pissed at
that,
him.
He told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It's very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then
Okay, Florian.
I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands,
I
boss.
feel like I trust
and if
you.
I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day.
But
it
maybe
was
you're
invented.
too good that you
Many
are the
people
traitor.
have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today, no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most, and he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Well, I think I like Florent, and I think I trust him. It's hard to say for sure, but he kind of convinced me in that whole thing. I liked what he said. I liked the pieces he put together. Now let's talk to the fucking pig. Oink oink.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Okay.
Are you sure there isn't a little
You're
bit of
weird, dude.
Under normal
I feel like he's some
circumstances,
traitor.
Shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance.
Oh, he's too suspicious. He's such a red herring, I think.
Building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened
You're
at the Opera
polyamorous?
House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're
I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard it.
He sounds
If
so
you want to go to
suspicious.
the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you
Yep.
would need to do was get rid of the mecha serial
You're being a bit
numbers
too
and
forward with this,
send
Navia.
them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex.
Okay.
Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
I mean, that's good information.
Then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of
I don't think
confidence.
he's actually in the clear.
I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
It's him. Oink oink pig. Alright. Let me just float gently down to this next location. This next locale. Time to go to Marcel. Marcel was the nerd. I remember. He was the glasses dude. Bonk. You're not Marcel.
Hello. How may I help you?
Where's
I'm here
Marcel?
to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Oh, I like your voice, Cal Cogni. Can we talk to her more?
Hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure
When you
saw
say
everything
uncle,
too, right?
is he your actual uncle, or is that like a term of affection?
Yes.
A term of
I've
endearment.
never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Thank you.
To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered
I'm
Garmax.
keeping an eye on all of their
Also an
behavior.
attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the
You're
time
not
to
giving
drink
us
with the
much
guests.
information.
Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
I'm suspicious of all three of them for different reasons.
Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
He held back information. The previous guy, Thierry, didn't just sounded suspicious in like the way that he talked, and also just his position, I guess, like just just him being like a guard of the city. Like, I feel like he's got sort of the power to do it, and he, you know, could easily be an unreliable narrator, like sending us into the wrong, or unreliable source. I guess he's not a narrator, but sending us into the wrong area. And on top of that, we already know that there are people in the police force that are corrupt, so he could just be one of them. And then the first guy was actually just like a really cool guy, and so because he was like just such a nice guy and he was so helpful and great, I suspect him.
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Information regarding Marcel. Okay. Let's go over the clues with Navia, and then after I've done that, I'll probably stop for the night. Not because I want to, but because I have to go to bed. And I would rather go to bed at like a natural stopping point rather than, you know, halfway through the trial, if there is going to be a trial or whatever. Look at Harand. Isn't she so cool? Look at her. Look how cool she is. And pretty. So cool.
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I disagree with that.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years.
Yeah.
Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right. Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Han shot first. I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
Game
Besides
theory.
Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Privately owned ones? Because Thierry would be able to control some sort of Gardamex,
Thierry,
but
you say? It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
maybe it was someone else. Oh man, okay. I don't know, actually, between these two. Because I don't really know whom would have, like, how this would tie into either of them. So I'm going to say Marcel because I trust him less.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. and they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Oh my gosh, well.
Laurent? It's true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques.
It's really funny when you've chosen all three options, and so it's like, we go, maybe it was Thierry, and they all go, no, it can't have been Thierry, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, maybe it was whatever his name is. Oh, him? Uncle? No, I don't think it could be him either. Maybe it was someone else then. And I go, Florent? And she goes, Florent? But it's like, he's the only one left, of course. We're talking about it's down to 3 suspects. He was the last one on the list.
But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security. So he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And
okay, so it's no one.
I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
I think... he was president of the banquet on the day that can provide evidence that Gallus did not carry a gun with him when he went out. This person responsible got contact between the Spina di Rosula and the guards. According to him, sufficiently rich can... So I think it's got to be Marcel then. That's what I think.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Yeah, but I don't think it matters.
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered.
Yeah, because he was doing traps that were based...
The rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
Yeah.
The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He's someone who's very close to you, after all.
We still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production base.
Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are.
Thierry?
I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
The guy from the guards. Don't be so rude.
News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Oh?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Whoa, child?
Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Surprisingly, he's kind of a friend of ours, even though he's
accused of being
a
the
harbinger.
True culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Yeah.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
Do we have to defend Child now?
Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up.
Huh? Split up?
To find more evidence? You can go to Irenaeus while I'll go investigate that place.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence.
Ah, this is gonna be
Up
great.
to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
You know what's fun? Like, I'm comparing this to Ace Attorney a lot, right? Because it's very similar to Ace Attorney. But in Ace Attorney, when this sort of situation happens, you're playing as Phoenix Wright or whoever the lawyer is in the game, Apollo Justice, Athena, you know, Mia Fey, whoever you're playing as, and you have to go to the court and you have to do the stalling. But here we're playing as Traveler, so we're going to get the evidence. This sort of situation happens in Ace Attorney, but it's flipped. So this is fun.
You, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arrhenius. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Arrhenius, we should also get going. The location has already
yes,
been
we
marked
should.
on the map, so let's head over.
Okay, I'm going to be stopping in a sec. Can I, like... Okay, this is... Now I've got water surrounding me. Can I activate this? Yes, there we go. Is there another one over here? Yes, there is. Blong! Cool. Alright, well. With that, I believe I will be stopping. I'm sorry I'm getting distracted by this fucking mini game. But it's so easy to get distracted by it. Okay, alright, well, I'll do it later. I'll figure all this stuff out later. Anyway, thank you for joining me. I can't wait to continue this quest, hopefully tomorrow night or something. See you then. I've been building these up for a while. 10 of these quaint feints. Let's do our damn pulls with them. I'm not thinking anything super special is gonna happen. But, you know, we can hope. We can hope for a Kuchin. Getting a Kuchin constellation would be awesome. But, you know, not holding my breath. A wolf's gravestone. Honestly, might be kind of awesome. I mean, I don't think I can be disappointed in that. Oh shit! Well, I'm definitely not disappointed because Jinyan Constellation, even though I don't use her, that on top of a level 5 weapon, yeah, no, that's good shit. That's a good pull. That's the second constellation I have for her. Rift Revolution's physical damage has its crit rate increased by 100% and will form a shield. Okay, cool. Very nice. And that new weapon I got, Wolf's Gravestone, increases attack by 20%. On hit, attacks against opponents with less than 30% increase all party members' attack by 40. Ooh, that seems really good. Let me just check something. Okay, yeah, I've been building. Right now, I'm trying to build Freminet, and I haven't had a weapon for him that I felt was good yet. But now I do, because I just looked at the sheet, the Google sheet or whatever that I use that tells you like, oh, well, these are what's recommended, and this is like the second highest one on that recommended list. So it looks fucking awesome. So this is great because I feel like once I get Freminet in a good position, he's gonna be really, really good because now I have a good weapon for him. And I also, I've almost leveled him up to a decent level, and I have 3 constellations for him, so I think he'll be in a good place. But anyway, thanks. I'll see you soon. Hey, what's up? I'm back for a little bit to play some more of the damn game. Oh, I need to turn up the volume. Oops. Lucky I'm not realizing, like, during a cutscene. I did interrupt Paimon, though. Sorry, Paimon. Okay. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Guess it's underwater. I've been doing a lot of, like, underwater exploration because I'm trying to level up... I'm trying to level up my boy, Freminet, and he requires some things that are underwater. So, it's been very useful. I've already explored a lot of this place. Yeehaw! I actually do like the water exploration in this game. I don't mind it. I did say that, like, water levels seem like they could be bad, but they're not. They're actually good. They're actually kind of cool. Is there a way I can break this? I guess not. Not an easy way that I know of. Talk to Paimon.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
It's been several days since I was playing this mission, so I almost forgot where we were, but I'm back on it. I would like to try to play a lot in the next few days.
I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
Oh,
Do
shit.
you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel.
Oh, shit.
Is that right?
I don't know if that's a great idea, child.
As long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that
Oh,
champion
God,
duelist,
right. That's what he wants.
That's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointment.
Oh, shit.
You understand. You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress.
Sounds like he's about to admit to the crime, just so that he can duel.
The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Navia, stop interrupting court proceedings like this.
Why is she
Yeah.
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings.
And the first time
I only
she was
tolerated your
right.
behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default. Correct?
Oh. A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
Alright.
Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, it's been so long since I played. Okay. 3 years ago on a rainy night, heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hand, and Jacques had been shot and slain. Based on investigations done then, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped. And Callus was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. Jacques finally believed that he struggled in order to get himself. Yeah, so we're doing... We can't do this, right? Yeah, okay. So we're doing Marcel.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Yep.
Oh, is this
They sure were.
friends to enemies type situation?
Everyone loves the dramatics.
That charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Nadia and
I love
attorneys,
New
please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
This is really fucking cool.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both
You should
sides
always have an
arrived,
attorney, man.
Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that
She's
case.
like, I don't know what's going on.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
This
On
is
the
so
day of the
cool.
murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Begin refutation. Okay. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in the countryside estate held by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. According to the investigation, Callus, who had a motive to kill, murdered Jacques for his betrayal. But is that really true? When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect holding a gun. Yep. Certain that Callus did not bring a gun with him. Moreover, details of the case point towards the possibility of a third person on scene. The investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. This deduction is based on the circumstance where there is no third person on the scene, but it turns out that there is a method that can The suspect did not dispute this conclusion. Okay. Jacques' betrayal. Okay, so this one. There we go.
Testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
Alright, that's good shit. Callus did not bring a gun with him. Oops. Okay. I guess that's not like a loophole. Do I put the water here to show that there could have been a third person? There we go.
Clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Point towards the possibility of a third person on scene. The clothing.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
All right, good shit. I didn't struggle with that one as much as I normally do with these refutations.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal.
And you don't have a lawyer. You chose not to have a lawyer.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
True.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
Nope.
But I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
Jeez,
I may
man.
not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself
She's
again?
too cooperative.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Maybe, and that would be nice.
Second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court. If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
For protecting
I thought
me.
about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only
This
one.
is she's doing a good job
Both of
at
us
convincing
would have
people of
stood
this
to lose
argument.
our lives. Of course, the guards
I'm
might
proud of her.
eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist.
Oh, shit.
By staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course.
Oh.
All you need is to ask his opponent.
Oh shit! She's standing right next to you.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did.
This is so great.
I fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring.
Hell yeah. I mean, not hell yeah. That's not a happy sentence, but hell yeah that she said it.
I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
And Farina is being very
However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your
good
father's
right
case
now.
and the serial disappearances
Reasonable.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and...
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top
Probably
of
not
that,
the only
Does a
person.
person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Not a bad idea.
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, Let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
No.
Suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage, but the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances?
Interesting.
You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
That sounds pretty convincing, actually.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me. And it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that same agency has long been taken from them, the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
Oh, shit.
Merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Why would you be surprised by that?
Waiting for you to say that.
Oh, man. Oh, this is so good. Chapter 4 of this game is so incredible. Truly is. Alright. Let's get out of here. Party setup. Any party setup that I want to do? Nah, I like this party. This is my classic go-to party right now. Hey guys. Ready to fuck you up.
This is order.
This is order.
Nice and spicy.
See ya, bro. Awesome.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Okay, sorry. Alright. Go up here. Grab this.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Alright. Inside here we go. Nice. I'm so smart. It would have taken me ages to figure that out if I hadn't done water exploration. You know, for leveling up my characters. Okay, yeah, it's one of those classic, they fill up the water so you can swim up there puzzles.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top.
Awesome. And I love that that little door opened for us.
Away from where we need to go.
It's okay. Don't worry about it, Paimon. We'll figure it out.
Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Hey.
There we go. Dead.
I will have order.
Time to clean up. I'll catch up.
Nice. Exquisite chests. Bling, 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 bling.
Someone needs assistance.
There we go. That's up there now. Ooh. Cool little door design.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Get some stuff from the chest. Open this door. Get on the floor. Ooh, cool bridge. I love the clockwork look of this dungeon. It's very cool.
Solidify.
Nice and spicy.
I just think like this chapter has all my favorite stuff in the game. Like, it's looking like it's gonna have my favorite characters. It's looking like it has my favorite setting, my favorite like dungeon themes, like this like clockworky, machiney look, and my favorite story. Like, it's gonna have fucking all of them. It's crazy. This chapter was really made for me.
Speed of light. Hey. Good.
Bum bum bum.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum.
This looks like the that
mastermind
time travel mission that we did. He's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the opera house and help Navia.
Okay. Look for evidence. Oh, we're playing as Traveler.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Oh, Paimon. Oh. Calm down, Paimon.
Traveler, Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Vignier, who is dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments.
Gotcha.
Wait,
That makes sense.
did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain?
Mm-hmm.
Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
He's the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
The voice I heard from the battle was probably Vignier.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Nice. Good evidence, though. That's very good. So that was the experiment table. Oh. Yep, let's examine the bottles. Bottle.
There's so much synth here.
Water bottle.
And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There are so many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink. Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super obvious.
Okay. Very nice. Good evidence, good evidence. A pool.
Oh, look! There's an important looking basin over
Is this
here.
primordial
And it's
water?
full of water.
Yep.
That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Okay. Examine the bookshelf.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
Probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shit.
Seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Oh, I didn't examine this, I guess.
What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace.
Is it the stuff from the victims? There's a name too.
Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
Yeah, they're the victim stuff.
You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here, and then they were turned into water, and all the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
Aww. It's very sad.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
Who is this Vache?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Okay, something relating to Vache. Like, I imagine I can't just do this again. Like, I imagine it's gonna be the same thing. Oh.
Check everything carefully. We'll find something for
After some time.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Paimon, I found it.
Oh, really? Let Paimon see.
Oh.
Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
She made a list of baby names?
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Wait, Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
No, I think that's just where he got the name from, but
Figured it out yet?
I think he just chose that name as like an ode to her, but I guess we'll see.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh.
I'm merely surprised.
I was waiting for
Oh, nice. We got back just at that time.
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to follow the rules of this
Sorry, Neuvillette.
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Oops. You said that you've never heard of Vache. Oh, really? Well then. How about you tell me about this?
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
There we go.
Huh?
Are we gonna get full traveler dialogue?
After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information
This music is
regarding your
cool.
past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this?
Oh
Pay
shit.
attention to you. What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain?
Oh my
Ever
god.
known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me.
Well,
all those decades ago,
here's a confession,
the
Neuvillette.
The Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vinier is dead. We promised each other we'd always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved.
That's true.
No matter what I do.
Damn.
primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back?
That's interesting that he's like sad that he
And
can't
in the end,
dissolve
that
himself.
accursed callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Mhm.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. I promise. We made a
Careful of the
promise.
primordial water.
Vignere! Please, Vignere! Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia
Hell
no
yeah.
longer have any basis.
You're welcome, child.
By me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Very nice.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved
that's
in
how
front
it
of Vacher
happened.
as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus, at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearance.
That's a cool
The
case.
truth revealed to all.
I really like that.
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
There it is!
Mr. Vacher.
That is the voice line.
Guilty.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee indeed.
He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, If you'll excuse me.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Oh shit.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Just leap up there.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to
There it
render
is.
the final verdict on the charges.
Oh man.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Whoa!
Hey! That's not funny.
This is the first time it's ever diverted from his judgment.
This verdict. Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before.
Whoa!
Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
What is going on
the
here?
judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court.
Oh,
We
shit.
must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, even Yervalet is extremely confused. What are you gonna do, child? Oh no. He's gonna fight his
This
way.
is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Oh shit. Oh, that's pretty sick. Child would get some cool cutscenes. Oh. Oh shit. Yeah. Yervalet! Yervalet's doing shit.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth.
Oh, I love
the
him.
rules of the court must be upheld.
I love that. Like him apologizing to him and... You know. Aww. Fucking badass. I love him.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
You have to ask the Archon.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it. I don't know what
I love
happened
her.
there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided
No,
by the
Farina.
Oratrice's results.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty
Yeah, she's got no idea. She's putting on a brave face.
Given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment.
She loves to double down.
To do with the serial disappearances
If she doesn't know what's going on, she'll just go hard into it.
You've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now,
I love her voice actor.
although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
Yeah, it's a bunch of gibberish.
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
He's the absolute best.
Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Oh. Get my thing. Leave the opera house. Opera house. Are we towards the end of the act? It's sometimes hard to tell. Like, this feels like the end of an act. It'd be a pretty awesome dramatic end. But sometimes it's like, oh no, this is the middle.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Why do you have one guy escorting him? He can turn people to water.
Hey, traveler!
What the fuck do you want, bitch?
What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait. I just want to ask the traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name.
Well, we heard it from her, but...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
Something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
True.
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
True.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course. Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
Yeah, that's good.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. It's funny that we're doing it as well. We don't have to have anything to do with this, you know? We don't have to follow them, but I guess we will. Come on. I have to cook dinner, so I'm trying to finish this act.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
I drank water, hide my sensitivity.
Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well?
Oh, that's true.
Oh, in that case...
Vache.
He did hear it.
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vinier, it's me. It's me, Vache.
Vache? Vache.
I'm here. I'm here. Where are you, Vinier?
I feel like she wouldn't be happy about all what you've done.
Wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache. Vinier.
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than
It's been
20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
Oh.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably
Oh,
become
shit.
a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone.
Oh my god.
Nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache.
Jesus.
It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices.
Oh.
Every woman who died by your hand. As our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea.
Right.
Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were no longer individuals, but we became one. Just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then...
Yeah,
where is Vinier?
that's my
She
question.
doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did?
Mm-hmm.
If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you
Oh,
are
I like this.
is Vinier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Looks like I didn't meet Vinier back then either. Yeah.
No. Yeah. She can't hate me.
Well,
Let me see her. Please. Have mercy.
maybe you shouldn't kidnap and murder women.
When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vinier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Oh, fuck.
Vache?
Oh my god. Whoa! Hey, the guards find the conference and just lost his soul. Oh shit. Oh shit! That was really cool. I liked that scene a lot.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Yep.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court all attended.
Oh, that's nice.
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
Weird we weren't invited, but that's fine.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial
Oh yeah?
service.
My girlfriend?
Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature.
Aww.
So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since.
I'm happy to hear
she
that.
was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh,
That's
and
sweet.
In other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Good! I'm glad to hear that.
Better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time. So we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day.
Oh.
That includes me, too.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Whew, man. This is a good wrap up for this act. I really like it.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be.
Who could it be?
Isn't that Nervalette?
Oh, Nervalette.
Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh?
Does he regret it? Is he like really sad and regretful?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival.
Interesting.
But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice.
Oh man,
justice.
Nervalette's voice actor's going off.
Life itself.
Ray
So, you asked
Chase,
me why
I think,
came
is Nervalette's voice actor.
I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus.
I was getting confused with Keith Silverstein.
I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
Oh.
An high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Nervalette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
We also pay our respects to Callus.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude?
You're not supposed to fly around it.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too
Look at that smirk. It's so funny.
Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine. And it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Okay, about water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea. But
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea.
Oh.
You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly
engender?
reverse itself
Never
into
heard that
foul
word
life
before.
instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Yep, I will ask you about the prophecy that has been circulating around Fontaine.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water,
That one.
leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good.
Yep,
Does
that one.
appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right. It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
Hmm.
Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Good question.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
Oh, okay. He didn't even answer that. About Child.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
Yeah, there was probably a reason for it.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information.
Too bad it can't just type
Based on
up
Farina's reaction,
what
I
it
doubt even
means.
she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. The time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. I do intend to get to the bottom of this. For now,
it was clear he wasn't
say
super
that the
impressed with
Valkyrie
it
Harbinger
by his voice.
Just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you...
Okay, final thing about my brother.
Another blonde-haired traveler.
Nah.
I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description.
You've never hit a blonde?
If he ever stepped foot
seen
in
a blonde
Fontaine,
person?
I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
No, that's it. No more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you.
Oh, thanks.
It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point, huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Act 2 complete. Ooh, that was such a good act. I'm so impressed with it.
For a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine?
I'm sorry to interrupt her, but I'm so happy with that. That was just amazing. Oh, I'm very happy. Anyway, thanks for joining me. I will see you next time I sit down and do chapter 4 act 3. I'm really excited.